at about 4-5 or so.
Okay.
Or 4-5. What do you say?
I would say if Dr. Chamberlain is able to sign in,
yeah,
we can start right then, you know.
Yeah.
And maybe Senthil can come online and tell us.
Yeah, I have shared the link already.
Okay.
Hey guys, you are live already on YouTube. So
wow.
Hi, Willem.
Hi, Willem. The insightful man.
Hi, Willem. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Mr. Santana. How are you doing?
Okay. Great. Doing very well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Nice to be here.
Senthil, how many
Good,
registrations have been completed already? Senthil, what is the score?
We see about 72 on the Zoom platform.
Yeah.
But
registrations are almost to a level of 470 or 480.
Yeah, I don't know the latest count on the
more than 450.
total.
Hi, Angel.
Hello, Mr. Rubio.
Good to see you, man. Hi.
Registration has cost 500, President.
500 already?
Yes.
Very good. 500 on YouTube and 500 on Zoom?
No. It's as of now only in Zoom. YouTube participants are direct participants. They just now come inside.
Okay. But Zoom 500 is the full?
500.
Oh, okay.
This sir told me. Exactly.
Oh, very good.
Should be.
Be aware that you are live already.
Yes.
Ravi is shining across the YouTube and all the media.
we're all shining, sir. But my head definitely shines better.
Forehead took me.
Yes.
Let me quickly check with Dr. Chamberlain if he has any difficulties in joining. Just a minute.
Guys, I have a question. When I'm logging in, I'm right now logged in from my phone, but when I'm logging in from my computer, I go straight to the viewer side. I don't go to the panel.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good afternoon, Mohanty Garu.
Good afternoon, Andy Pawan Garu.
Good afternoon.
You're in the factory, I believe.
Sorry?
You're in the factory, I believe.
No, I'm in the office.
Oh, you're in the office, okay.
1 second, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
So all set.
President, can we get started after 3-4 minutes?
I'm speaking to George, and
Oh,
he's having he's having difficulty in
Okay,
connecting.
okay.
Yeah, so okay. Okay, but then still, you wouldn't be able to speak, if you're not connected. I'm going to ask Sandal, are you there? Can you please? Yeah, I'm speaking to Sandal. Sandal, is it possible he's not able to connect at all?
Did he receive the link?
He received the link, but he's not able to. Once he goes through the captcha, it's not letting him in, and it just keeps redirecting him.
I'll add him again. I'll remove the name and add him.
Yeah,
again.
can you please take him out and then send one more thing? Are we restricted by the number of people that this webinar will allow, like 500 people? Is that the constraint?
He's a panelist, no?
No, I don't think so, sir. Now we have only 124 participants on the webinar, on the Zoom. Sir, I think he has to log in through the link which Senthil has sent him. It will not ask for a captcha. It will go directly to the Zoom. I think he's going to register it again as a new registration.
I used the link in the email.
Senthil is going to send you a fresh link. Yeah. What happened?
మళ్ళీ తీసేయాలి.
President?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Just now I removed him and I added him again.
Okay.
Fresh
He's
link
saying that
I
he
sent
got
him.
it. He got it. Something he got it. He says
Okay.
that you send him as an attendee. Will that be okay?
No, that's a panelist.
Oh, that's a panelist. Okay.
That's a panelist
okay.
only.
Okay. Okay. George, we'll wait for. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Something he says that it's not accepting the code.
No need to code it. It has to click the link only.
Could you try just the link?
Join the webinar. That's all.
Yeah.
That link he has to click.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the code will be as part of the email. Sandil, what is the code?
All nines, no? 99999.
Okay, yeah.
All 6 times 9, 6 nines.
Yeah. He's saying that Sandil, he's saying that the CAPTCHA, it's asking for a CAPTCHA code, and then when he enters the CAPTCHA code, it's not letting him in.
It should not ask for a CAPTCHA. Directly it joins.
President, his email should be registered with Zoom. Actually, he has to go slightly up and see that there will be a section to do the email. He has to register his email on the Zoom account.
Not necessary. No need to register and all.
No, this is a new thing which happened from a couple of days back, because I organized the webinar for Wenger, and people are not able to sign up because they had this issue.
He signed up, I think, because yesterday he was there in the mock run.
Yeah, but if he's using a different email account, the problem comes.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Hmm. Okay. So what we could do is, I would have Senthil work on this specific issue with you, and we can get started with maybe Angel, can come in and do his talk. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe what Senthil can do is he can talk to the Zoom tech support, and then we have a local support, and then we'll try to sort out the problem. And bringing you in maybe as the last speaker, or as soon as you are able to get in, we can put you as the next speaker. Yeah. 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 Okay. Okay. I'm going to hang up now, and I'm going to put you in touch with Senthil, and then to coordinate with you to sort it out. Oh, okay, George. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, so his problem seems to be that he's not able to sign in. So I propose that we will start now, and then I'm going to request Senthil to get in touch with him to sort out the problem while we get started, and then and the moment he is able to join in, we'll have him as the next speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I get started, President?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants in 4 continents. As such, we have participants all the way from Peru in South America to China in Asia. And a lot of other people are just logging in, but we'll go underway. We'll get underway with the webinar. I welcome you all for this 2-day virtual seminar, Global Shrimp Market, Looking Beyond the Pandemic. As such, COVID-19 pandemic has impacted every industry, every known industry in the world. Why just the industries? It has impacted every walk of life. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been communicating this way, but for the pandemic. I mean, all the meetings, conferences, and seminars are conducted differently. The meetings are held differently. When you talk of conferences, the premier conference in aquaculture in the world, GOAL, is also going virtual. It is going to be held on 6th, 7th, and 8th of October. Last year it was held in India, in Chennai, and this year it's going to be virtual. And there's no much of time, so all of you can get registered. To know more about their program, you can visit the website www.aquaculturealliance.org, and you look at the sports. The sports, events are held differently today. I mean, they're held in biosecure environment. All the leading sports events. I mean, the players, the team officials, the match officials, everybody is staying in isolation. They're restricted their movements. They're supposed to be there in the hotel rooms and the practice grounds and the match grounds. They're not allowed to meet their friends, families. They don't have any access to outside world. They're all kept in isolation. And the stadiums are not with spectators. I mean, empty stands. And even our Premier League, the IPL, which is a major cricket league in the world, it got underway like 3-4 days back. All the players have flown to Dubai, and they're kept in quarantine for 15 days. Then only they're allowed to play. This IPL usually happens in India, but for a change this time, as the incidence of the disease is high in India, it is being held in Middle East. So what I'm trying to say is, the world is coming to terms with reality and the new normal. So is our industry. If you look at Indian shrimp aquaculture, I mean, which is a global supply chain, because we start upstream with broodstock. We bring the broodstock predominantly from US, and at the downstream we have the markets, and more near to 50% we export it to US. So our supply chain is also disrupted, but we have come to terms. I mean, for 2 months, we could not import any broodstock from March 22nd to May 16th. And from May 16th onwards, the aquaculture quarantine facility started operating again. The operations resumed in the AQF facility. And as there were no passenger flights, the hatcheries, along with the breeding programs, have to come up with inventive ideas, and they have come up with a combination of chartered flights and cargo flights, and started importing the broodstock, and the whole industry got going. If you look at the way the hatcheries are operating in India today, I mean, there are some changes. hatcheries are keeping all the workers inside the premises, and they're even testing the workers. They're not allowing the workers to go out of the hatcheries. Likewise, if you look at the farms, most of the migrant workers have left. So they're working with the local villagers, and they're not going to the hatcheries to buy the seeds. They're asking the hatcheries to send the samples to labs for testing, and they're asking the hatchery operator to send the videos of the seed, to see the activity of the seed, and to look at the size of the seed. So that way, even the processing operations in India, if you look at, it's changing. And a lot of processors whom I know, they're going for routine checkup of all their workers in the factory, and they're getting on with the operations. So, I mean, the way we're operating is changing. We're coming to terms with the new normal. And if you look at the markets, markets are also changing. You look at US market. For first 7 months, the volumes have not come down. It has gone up, in fact. So the demand is shifting from food service to retail. And the household consumption has gone up in US. And if you look at Europe, the last 4 months, the consumption of shrimp is pretty good. I mean, it's not from the retail, it's from the food service. I mean, most of the restaurants in Europe were offering outdoor dining. So a lot of people could go to restaurants and eat. But now that winter is setting in, and apparently there is a second wave of COVID-19 in Europe, things could be different. I mean, we're going to learn more about it from Willem. I mean, he's a speaker today, and we're going to learn about US from, Angel Rubio. And coming to China, I mean, it is little different from the other markets. That is the first country to get recovered from COVID-19, and it's the first major economy to have recovered. And the consumption of shrimps was pretty good in the months of April, May, June. And June, there were reports of disease outbreak in a seafood market in Beijing. And subsequently, the traces of COVID-19 in the packaging material of the shrimp containers that have come from Ecuador. And even inside the container, they could find some traces of COVID-19. Actually, that has set a negative sentiment among the public at large, and they stopped consuming shrimps. But for the last 1 month, if you look at, there was no much of negative news coming about frozen seafood, and the consumption has increased, especially in the food service. I mean, it is quite contrary to US. The consumption in the food service is better than the retail in China. I mean, there is a demand for block frozen shrimps, headless, echelon block frozen shrimps. But the demand for brine frozen shrimps and all that is coming down because the retail has not yet picked up in China. So each market is behaving differently. So we're going to listen more about it today from all the speakers who are coming from the markets, US, China, US, Europe, and China. I mean, in fact, the speaker about China is from Taiwan. And the second day, we're going to have speakers talking about supply scenario in all the leading shrimp farming nations. And if you look at the other webinars and seminars and markets, usually the thrust is on demand side of the market only. The guy who is speaking about the demand, he is going to give some reference to the supplies from different shrimp farming countries. Or you have one speaker who is going to cover the supply side of the global market. But here we have speakers coming from each large-scale shrimp farming country, and they're going to talk about the supply side scenario. So before I hand it over to our president for the presidential address, I would dwell a little bit on the housekeeping topics. I request all the speakers to adhere to the time limit of 30 minutes. And for the participants, if you have any questions, type the questions in the question answer box. We will try to answer your questions during the panel discussion, but we might not be in a position to answer all the questions because there is paucity of time. So probably we are going to send you the answers, and we are going to post all the questions and answers on our website. You can visit our website. www.aquacultureprofessionals.com, and we're going to post all the questions and answers in that. And the whole webinar is recorded. So if anybody is missing part of the discussion, attending a phone call or attending a nature's call, they can definitely, visit our website. We'll give the link in our website for the recorded version, and you can again go through the whole thing. And now I hand over the floor to our president, Dr. Arul Victor Suresh. Victor Suresh, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, L&T Ravi Kumar. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone coming from all over the world to speak and participate in this meeting. Thank you, our immediate past president, Mr. Ravi Kumar L&T, our vice president for events, Mr. Madhusudan Reddy, and our past president, Mr. Chandrasekhar. The teen Murtis, in English, the three creators of today's important event. You have put together an outstanding program to answer the most important questions in the minds of all stakeholders in shrimp aquaculture. What will happen to shrimp production, consumption, and prices during the pandemic and beyond? Really tough questions, and that's why you have roped in the best in the world to answer those questions. Coronavirus pandemic has also unleashed the webinar pandemic on the world. There are more webinars to attend than there is time today. Yet the 5 speakers of today, each an expert in their field and very busy people, have taken their valuable time to attend today's program. I want to warmly welcome Dr. Chamberlain, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Vanderpill, Mr. Lin, and Mr. Pawan Kumar Gunturu to join our webinar. And thank you, sirs, for your presence here. I want to welcome in advance our founder president, Mr. Santana Krishnan, and the joint director of MPIDA, Mr. P. Anil Kumar, who will be joining as panelists later today. This program would not have been possible but for the generous sponsorship of it by 4 companies: Bentoli Agri Nutrition, Grobest Feeds, Saranya Hatcheries, and Vaishaki Bay Marine. I would also like to recognize Erner Barry and Shrimp Insights for providing us with their principal analysts as speakers today. At this time, I would like to remind everyone that a much larger program on global seafood markets will happen in 2 weeks from now. And the moderator, Mr. Ravi Kumar, explained about that. The Global Aquaculture Alliance is going virtual with its Goal 2020, and the event is from October 6th to 8th. SAP is a strategic partner of the Global Aquaculture Alliance, so SAP members can sign up as an association member and attend the first day of the event free of cost. Emails have been sent out to our members. If you have not received any communication, please contact our coordinator, Mr. Senthil Kumar. As usual, our coordinator, Mr. Senthil Kumar, our General Secretary, Mr. Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh, our Treasurer, Mr. Vijayanand, and Joint Treasurer, Mr. Simon, and the members of the events committee have put in a lot of efforts for this event, and I want to thank them. And on their behalf, I want to welcome everyone to this event. For those among you who are not members of SAP, our Vice Presidents for Membership and Education, Mr. Saji Chako and Mr. Srinivas Mohanty, insisted that I tell you that you have to come and join us as members. We have opened a special membership for students also. Our newly redesigned website, aquaprofessional.org, has all the details, and you can now sign up for life membership and pay for it online. Now, one of the things on my agenda was to introduce the keynote speaker of today, Dr. Joe Chamberlain, but due to technical reasons, he has not been able to join us till now. We're trying to get him in as a speaker. He should be able to join us, and at that time I would introduce him. So it is now my job to give this event back to the moderator and start with the next speaker. So thank you very much for everyone for listening to this and enjoying this event. And I'll see you soon, as our keynote speaker will be joining with us anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Now I would request our Vice President Events, Mr. Madhusudan Reddy, who happens to be the General Secretary of All India Shrimp Hatcheries also, to come and introduce our first speaker, Anel Rubio of Anaberi. Reddy Garu.
Thank you, Ravi, and good evening, good morning. Anel Rubio, a very familiar name with all the sapiens. He set the stage on fire last time when he was in India. Anel Rubio is Anaberi's chief data scientist, analyst. He holds a BS in economics and international business, a certificate in data science, a diploma from East China Normal University and London School of Economics. He has been a great speaker at numerous conferences, including Global Seafood Market Conference and Aqua India 2018. His strength is in developing quantitative and qualitative analysis on the protein commodity industry. He is the first director of the newly created department, Arner Barry Analytics. He is a terrific tennis player. Today in his talk, let us see how well he serves and volleys. And if by the end of his talk, he should tell us who is on the match point, the COVID or the shrimp. In fact, I have learned to pronounce his name after hearing his video. Thank you, Angel, and welcome. Over to you.
Thank you very much. That was nice. That made my day, even if this doesn't go well for me. All right. Thank you. I'm going to start sharing my screen. You guys have to give me permission to share my screen, please. By the way, I'm not a great tennis player. I just played tennis, but I'm not great. I still can't share my screen. Our host has to give me access to it. Who's our host?
I think Senthil has to disable.
Okay, there we go. I got it. Okay, here we go. All right, can you guys see my screen? That's a yes. Okay, perfect. So, all right, I'm gonna try to explain to you guys our view, because like, unlike all of you and most of you, we're actually not trading, right? We're not buying or selling. We see things from an outside perspective. And as always, you know, in hindsight, everybody's right. And if not, then we will tell you why we were wrong. So let's just begin with a couple of things. I'm gonna run through some of the protocols, the regular protocols, just to cover everything from the supply chain as we understand it, for the most part, right? Where the most important stages of the supply chain in the shrimp market are, and it's important to, it's very, I believe it's very important to talk about this, because it's important to understand when we talk about Urner Barry prices, what they represent. And this is important because people often say, well, Urner Barry is too high or too low. Well, it depends when or what you're actually talking about, right? Is it high compared to the price from the farms? Well, yeah, of course, because it's not representing that stage in the trading, that trade in the supply chain. Anyway, So going from left to right on this image, we go from feed additives, for example, everything that goes into, to the feed providers. For example, if you see Feed Info, it's a sister company, so a sister company from Urner Barry, and then it goes all the way into stage 5. So for example, most of you who would be farms or packers would be somewhere, or at sometimes even in the nurseries or in the hatcheries, you will be from stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, if you see that. And then stage 5 takes into consideration basically what we call the first receiver. So the importers in the US, most of your clients, and if there are some of this right now in this presentation, you'll see some of that, right? So I'm focusing on the importers in the US in stage 5, if you can see there. Let me see if I can put my laser point. So here, so the importers over here, and then we move into like different ways of negotiating a contract, right? Or negotiating a price. Then you have the price at a fixed price, contracts at a fixed price for X amount of time, 3, 6 months, whatever it is. Chat, sorry. Okay, that's not for me. Okay. And then you go into contracts under a formula, whatever that is. And then you have the spot, the negotiated. Anything that a salesperson will be trying to sell at any given point during the week. Negotiated, delivered within 7 to sometimes 10 days, and so on. And that will be sold to the next stage. It could be a broker, it could be a trader, it could be a broadline distributor. Broadline distributors would be like your Cisco's, your US Food Service, PFG. There's a number of them that would be sometimes negotiating to a retailer, to a restaurant group, or the restaurant group would be negotiating directly to the importer, etc. And then ultimately the consumer. So I just make this a little longer than it probably should be, just to make this very clear when we move on to see more of the, just move this to, okay. Whenever we go to the pricing aspect of things. Secondly, all right, let's talk about a little bit of shrimp production. All of you guys, and this will be touched, over and over. So that this is the 2020 projection was a little bit of growth, maybe a little bit of a contraction out of India, not necessarily something too big that would impact the market like it did in 2013, when Thailand at the time was the larger exporter, not necessarily the largest producer, but the largest exporter. But this estimate of 2020 was prior to COVID-19. I believe that this give me a second, I keep getting the chat thing. Okay. Oh, okay, got it. Never mind. This 2020 was a projection that was prior to COVID-19. This was done by the NFI Global Seafood Market Conference. Our friends in DC, Richard Barry, collected. However, we believe that this production, because of the delays and what Ravi commented, the lack of broodstock for a number of weeks. Obviously, that's just going to, like, within a calendar year, that just delays of production. So I think that overall we're going to be seeing a contraction of 5 to 8% in global production. Might be wrong, but what I want to take from here is that when you have large swings in supply from any of the main producing countries, while holding demand constant, then you'll have like the situation like we saw like in 2012, 2013 during the EMS going into 2014, right? So you'll see a shock or a supply shock in general. However, what we're going to see today in COVID-19 is a demand shock, which still a shock. It still has an impact on prices, but looking at historic data, we never had any of this anything like this before. So there's nothing really to compare it with. That's why it makes it so difficult and so uncertain going forward. The next thing, so it's also important to identify the large main markets and what kind of products each of these markets demands, right? US, they like value-added product. We've seen over the last 10 years how the US has been switching from your traditional headless shell-on blocks, prior to 2010, going into a more peeled, to a certain degree cooked, but they're more peeled and veined P&Ds preference, even in the food service, right? Europe has a different preference, and I'll let Willem talk about that. In China, and I'll let our speaker also talk about that more often. But it's important to understand what they do, what they represent, and where they're coming from, where the products are coming from. I have this just in terms of value. I mean, in terms of product, because I'm assuming, so warm water. I have warm water here. Represents the large majority of the production, obviously, because it's farmed, with different scenarios, right? Like Europe likes their cold water shrimp a lot, and in the U.S. it's really not that much that present, like the Pandalos or the Paneos that I also think that Willem's going to talk about that. Then let's move to the two big exporters. I don't include Indonesia in this category. I probably should have, but for the purpose of this presentation, I have India and I have Ecuador because they have been the culprits of what has been happening in the past few months. And it's important to notice that we will be talking about Ecuador a lot because, as you can see here, the weight of Ecuadorian shrimp exports to China. I mean, I put China and Vietnam together because, of course, just trying to get the numbers right, because after 2018, then the numbers suddenly jumped from China really big when we knew that a lot of that product was ending up in China. But to make the point that the issues that were taking place between Ecuador and China were pre-COVID, and this issue obviously diverted a lot of that product into the U.S., putting downward pressure on prices, which we'll see forward. I'm just trying to set the stage for now. But was that the pressure on prices, obviously, or not obviously, but particularly for shell-on product, whether it's head-on and headless shell-on, into the U.S. was already happening probably since Q4 last year. So it's important to notice that. And as always, just to mention the growing importance of China, regardless of what product is, whether it's pork, whether it's in this case China, in this case shrimp, from even Indian exports growing, not at the fast pace, but still growing, right? So just to have that in mind. What else is very, very important is what I hear is a lot is like, well, how are, for the most part is like, how are imports and inventories? The most important thing, I believe, I might be wrong, but what I believe is that it's not a matter of how much, like whether it's too much or too little, because all of that could be relative, but it's also, but more importantly, when is that product coming in and to where, right? So what I have here in this charts is the imports, basically when these markets, the large four markets that I showed before, import their product, when they declare this imports entering into these markets, right? So just to give you an example, obviously this all makes sense. China and Vietnam, it comes in November and January. It's important, the real big peaks for Chinese New Year. Europe, Christmas, Christmas and the end of the year coming into Q4. Same thing with like the US. You have a large influx for inventories coming into, entering into Q4 to going into Thanksgiving and Christmas, and so on, right? So it's important to have that. And what we usually do is use a simple seasonal factor. A seasonal factor is just the average of that month, of those months relative to the average of the total, and that tells you, a behavior, a seasonal behavior. You can use other tools like with that, use regression and understand what a seasonally adjusted number would be, and for larger periods of time. But right here, these are just nominal values, so it's just so that it's easier to illustrate. But also, not only is it important when products come in, but for the buyer, it's also important to understand when all this product is actually leaving the producing country, right? When it leaves, transition times, cycles, harvests, etc. Right? India, for instance, their seasonal peak is July. Obviously, you all know that. That's when it leaves a port, right? That's when it's declared when it leaves the country. It's heading into mostly the US, and then it remains, if you see the purple line, at 100%, which means like almost like a 1-to-1 with the average throughout the second half of the year. So targeting a market specifically. Then you have Ecuador that it's not so seasonal. They can harvest all year long, and they target different markets. But you see different peaks, different seasonal peaks around the year. Same thing with Indonesia, very similar. It's relatively flat, but you have also, the second half of the year focusing into the US market, and Vietnam as well. These are just for illustration purposes. We'll talk into the numbers a little later. Why is this important? Let me just show you a couple of examples, right? So these are and targeting more the US market. So US market. So let's take a look at this. This is the seasonal factor, okay? This is the average of each month relative to the general average. I just took the last, I believe the last 4 years, not including 2020. And for example, we see India, right? So 100% means that you're 100x percentage above the average. And if you're below, you're X percentage below the average. As simple as that. So for India, you see this behavior. It's like, okay, well, that's all well and good, but it can reach in August and October, 140, 145%, right? So 45% more than your regular average. Indonesia, very flat. Imports from Indonesia are relatively flat throughout the year. Imports from Ecuador are also relatively flat, with some peaks in May, some peaks in August. Vietnam, big peak in October, up to like 150% of or 50% of the average in October, right? Thailand, very similar, and boom, Mexico, right? So Mexico can have upwards of 150% more than the general average by October. One cycle, and that's what's important, right? Let's keep moving. So just to show you examples like 21-25s. Who dominates that market? India. But when does it come in? It comes in August, right? And that's on the left-hand side right here. But if you put all these together, then India pushes the overall average up, and then we have another peak of 21s towards the end of the year. This obviously tells you that there's a big preference for large shrimp in the US, right? But then if it's trading, Mexico is at a disadvantage because big influx in August, prices probably coming down, and then you have probably more product coming in. So then you're already grabbing the market on a downside. 26-30s, relatively similar. 31-40s. Then you're starting getting to the medium sizes of Shellon. And then you see the players change. We have Ecuador being a dominant force here. You move into 41 That's it. It's Ecuador dominating, right? Just in general. So this is important because, like I said, it's not so I mean, it's important whether you have a lot more or a lot less, right? Relative to what, but when. So let's just talk about this for a second. This is total imports into the US through July. So over here, so we have 4.3% more, right? In a year where food service demand basically got paralyzed for 1 month, right? So, but what happened? So we, let me move this. We have Shell On. So Shell On, we have 12% more. So we have about 34 million pounds more of Shell On product. We all know that's coming from Ecuador for the most part because of the China rift prior to COVID and during COVID, right? So we know that. But then what is the other sign? So warm water, cooked product from India, for the most part, from India, from Indonesia to from Vietnam. But you see, we have 18% more as of 2020, right? The preference for retail. What does retail demand for the most part? Cooked product, right? Cooked, peeled too, etc. But then look at peeled. We have 7% less, which had been one of the fastest growing sectors, segments, and the most dominating part of the shrimp market in the U.S. Right. What's also going to be important going forward too is like as more restaurants opened and they have less labor, they would have preferred peeled product, right? Because you don't have as many people peeling the shrimp or many cooks. Well, that was a problem. So just put a pin on that for a second, right? And we'll revisit that in a few. So yes, we have more, but remember, we are entering into the second half of the year. So we're well supplied for the most part in the US. Now, what is going to happen if we don't get that big push? Let me just go back real quick to show you the US, right? The imports over here. So this is the US. So we go back and we see July, a big jump, which is here mostly for cooked product, which came in just in time to get the last end of the summer going into retail and you know, possibly for other purposes, including food service, if anything. But going forward, it's going to be important to have enough shrimp going into the second half of the year. However, we will have a couple of caveats that I believe that also Willem will talk about Europe, right? As in Ravi touched, when winter comes in, what's going to happen with restaurants and capacity at 25%? Like I know here in New York, restaurants are going to open at a capacity of 25%, and it's cold already actually. So what's going to happen to shrimp? We'll discuss that in a few. So talking about India specifically, let's talk about what I show you in the previous slide. But India, for instance, we have about 20 million pounds less of peeled shrimp. This is probably shrimp that would have ended up in food service. And the balance went into retail over here, into cooked. Look at over here. So it's 46% increase year over year. And that's important. I think that's important to notice because we spoke about this back in May, but we obviously say it's like, well, yeah, this is what retail does, but you never get to see it with data until time after. Let's move on. Okay, so Ecuadorian exports. Why is this important? And this is important because we were also talking about what the rift between Ecuador and China was happening prior to COVID-19. So what obviously happened is that COVID, the pandemic just came in and made matters worse, for the U.S. market. And when you see this swings in supply, let's say this upswing in supply in the U.S., this will cause volatility for the most part. In general, this would have caused volatility, and it did. Some prices were already going down, and prices are going down, are that they're under pressure. But you would have expected in normal times, if we had that demand from food service, if you had this much more in Shalon, you would have seen prices collapse. Everything else constant. What I'm trying to get at is also is the fact that yes, we had that period when we didn't get imports from India, but we got imports from Ecuador. So there was some shrimp covering that void in a time where demand was weaker. So yes, prices are down, but they didn't collapse. So they're lower, but they're lower to what? They're relative to the last few years. So they're lower, they're fine, if you can say fine for whatever reason, but they haven't collapsed as in seeing collapse prices after the recovery from EMS, for instance. And let me touch a little bit on that, right? Why has this been happening? This is just imports from different countries, and the price that we have here is the replacement price, this price. So we've seen prices coming down gradually as imports move up, right? For the most part, imports from India are going up, prices are going down, but it has been a gradual, note. And what I want to say with this is like the pace at which imports have moved up relative to prices coming down is actually higher. That means that demand is growing. Demand for shrimp is growing, and let's get to that in a second, which I think it's very, very important. This is the way we sit down over here and our team analyze this analyze the market. Let's make zoom over here. So this is the ratio, let's say, of 21s to 41.50s, right? The preference of 21s relative to 41s, right? So what we see is the ratio of each other with a delay of three months to each other, and it's a moving average of 6 months, so that we can smooth the data. So what we see here is that when the prices of 21s relative to 41s as benchmarked hit a relative low point, and exactly at that point you see volume volume switch a little. So supply balances it out. When the price doesn't do it, then supply grows relative to the other. And that's what you see here. The problem that we're seeing over here right now is that far too often in the last 4 or 5 years, there has been far too many 21s relative to 41. So is this the preference of the Americans for larger shrimp? Yes, to a point, but what we're seeing here is that the overcrowd of larger shrimp relative to medium, smaller size shrimp. And this is just in terms of price, right? However, one of the points that Robbins McIntosh has made in the past few years is that yes, a lot of shrimp farmers have been, it's more cost effective to grow large shrimp. So if the market can support it, then this will probably continue. So then we will have to look at this ratio from a different time lapse, right? I'm taking here from 2008 till 2020. Maybe my window would have to be from 2015 going forward because the market has changed, right? So what I'm trying to get at here is that if you look at this too, this is exactly the same, but just in nominal terms, right? The red line is the red line here is Urner-Barry prices, and this pink line is just the replacement cost, right? And that will be the I mean, no, the 4150 is just sorry, the pink line is just 4150, and the difference between these two. What else is important? Just in general, when we're talking about replacement, overall prices relative to replacement. So what we see here is like 1-to-1, right? So if it's 1-to-1, it's like the cost of we're using here the shrimp index here in the U.S. and replacement is just the import price per pound, and we use a ratio. Again, we delayed those so that we can adjust for time. My example is, let's say when we import product in August, a lot of that time, that product's not going to be sold probably 3 to 4, sometimes 5 months later. And that's sometimes it affects the market before, sometimes it affects the market later. That's why we use a moving average. And what we found here is that we see this line, that line across, that horizontal line that we see here is just the pivot point, or what sometimes I use a median, sometimes I use an average. And we see right now that when we've seen this volume overall, like let's say on Shell coming up, we've seen this price coming below. What this means is like the price in the US indexed and weighted relative to import prices is below the actual cost. So you always, like in theory, you always have to be above that 100% line. The average is about 102%. So there's very little margin, if you will. That's what we look at. And that gives us the signal of what could be happening, right? So at this point, obviously, if you look at the bars are coming down, and that eases up some of these prices. But if you continue with this volume moving higher, then you put pressure on prices. This is basic supply and demand values, right? And what I want to say here is that, again, how can you say this? You take a look at the rate of increase of volume relative to the decrease of price, right? So you see what the elasticity of this is, and then you can assess whether demand is growing or demand is contracting. And for the most part, Shell has been relatively flat. What are we looking over here? Here we have 1620s and 7190s peeled and deveined. Very important items overall, also in food service and retail, both, right? And this is just also the ratio of 1620s relative to smaller sizes. So again, you see the bars. This is how much more larger shrimp we have been importing relative to the preference. And this line is just the price of one relative to the other. This means, again, this simply means what the breaking point would be for the market. Above this line, which is about 100, it will be 145% of each other. If that line breaks under, you'll see that line, that supply ease up immediately, whether it's seasonal or not. If it eases, then it brings it takes some pressure out of some of these prices. Again, if you have some more particular questions on this, we can take this off. You can send me an email later, and we can go over this. But what's also very important, let me just go to the next one. Talking about what has been happening over the past, I would say the past year or so. I would say, yeah, let's say the second half of 2019 until now. Head-on, shell-on, the product that China gets mostly from from Ecuador. With all these issues, a lot of that head-on, shell-on ended up in the U.S. There's some that the U.S. can take, more than usual. You'll see that. But what happens is that if you don't have that demand right away, you will see some of these premiums of sizes evaporate over time. What I have here is, if you can look at this, just to make things very, very simple, is like the 30-40 relative to the 40-50 is this line, the pink line in the bottom, and that's it. It's just the difference to each other. That's it. It's just the premium. One minus the other. And you see how this just came under the bottom support level. And in fact, this is funny. I was just reading the yesterday's closing market, and finally 30-40s moved up in price for the first time. Since in the past few weeks. And this has to do with Ecuador shipping again to China. And I would let Gabriel also talk about that a little more. But what's happening in the US is this, and that's very important to talk about. So now we go into the main dish of the day. So I'm going to ask for more of your attention on this one. I'm trying to not go beyond the limit, but this is very important. So right when the pandemic hit, this is what we call food at home and food away from home. This is just a number that the USDA reports. Food away from home is basically what you buy at the grocery store, right? The red line. The red line is what you buy at the grocery store, and food away from home, what you consume outside of your home. As simple as that. In restaurants or in sporting events or in hotels, etc. So what has been happening? So food service in 2016, 2015, food service, the growth in restaurants has been growing at a 3.6 annually, adjusted for inflation, which is pretty high, right? In the meantime, shrimp sales had been growing at 6.1%, 6.1% per year in food service. That's pretty good too. Take into account that shrimp is mostly sold in food service. We will see that in a few slides too. Before the lockdown, we were expecting a growth of 8% in 2020, right? That's pretty big, right? And especially for restaurants. So what happens if you take restaurants out of the picture, right? That's a big shock. So we made a couple of estimates and we ran a few numbers, and we believe that we're going to go back somewhere about that the restaurant industry is going to go back to somewhere about where 2016 was in terms of sales. These are sales, right? Yearly sales. What happened in during COVID? Let's talk about food service. Look at food service. Look at the drop in food service in April. So if we look at April, we're talking about a drop of probably what we saw in nominal terms, and this is seasonally adjusted. This doesn't have the ups and downs. This is seasonally adjusted. Prior to 2010. Then you see the recovery in May, you see the recovery in June, July, August, but you see the pace at which the restaurants in the US have been recovering has basically come to like it's coming to a plateau. And then this is August, September, October, November, the weather gets colder. And at a 25% capacity, to me, this smells like trouble. So I can't be very positive about that. Hopefully I'm wrong, because you guys also pay the bills for me. So if you do good, I do good. If you do well, I do well. Then we go to grocery sales. So we see this switch going into food service, into grocery stores. This is very simple. You cannot go out. You cannot spend money on other things. You spend money on groceries. They go up big time, right? So pre-COVID, you were at $57 billion in expenditures, right? Overall in sales, and you jump to 73, but then you come down, right? So we're going to meet somewhere in the middle, but considerably lower, right? So this is, I think this is important because how much of this, how much of, oh, and this doesn't even include hotels and institutions or sporting events, the food and service drinking place. So why is this important? Let's take a look at this real quick. So this is the drop. This is the restaurant sales growth year over year. So restaurant sales growth collapses, right? I'm using a moving average too. And we already took all the summer for this month. So we still are missing, I believe, August, but we still had June and July when outdoor dining was open. So we're still talking about a 15% drop. And this is disposable income. So they go hand in hand. It's a pretty tight correlation, right? And the shaded areas are recessions. So what I'm trying to get at here is that disposable income is still high. And that is because the government injected money into the economy. So people still have that money that they're spending in groceries, and they could be also spending in that outdoor dining. But once these benefits are over, which they were over last week, what's going to happen, right? So we have to take that into account. And again, that doesn't paint a rosy scenario. Plus, we're heading into an election. So I hope that they pass something just for the sake of the well-being of a lot of Americans, which is, for the most part, it affects the lower income base, right? So talking about what happened during COVID-19 is, as we all know, is volatility, right? So we see the prices. And what I'm trying to get at here is that shrimp and seafood we're not the only ones exposed to this, right? We have pork, we have eggs, ground beef, everything, chicken, all affected, but they all have come down. But if we see like the volatility in seafood, especially like on salmon, when you have that much more lower demand for things, for seafood compared to other proteins, there are many other factors. And what I'm trying also to get at is that seafood in general cannot be looked at as just seafood. Shrimp will have a different dynamic because a lot of it's frozen, so it's not exposed to a lot of this volatility that we see. I'm not going to spend much time on this, but just to show you here is that how like other proteins were also affected. So we also saw chicken, for instance. It's a pretty cheap protein, but what happened during COVID-19? What we have on the right-hand side is how much of that product was promoted. You have inelastic demand at retail. You're not promoting that item. Why? Because who's gonna say no to like $1.50 or $2 a pound chicken breasts or chicken in general? And people are only spending on that. You're not running any promotions, right? But if it's shrimp, you probably want to run promotions, right? So what I'm trying to get at here, let me just go to the next one, is that eggs, same thing. Eggs moved up in price, volatility. But what did people rush to buy during the pandemic? The cheap proteins, even though because at that point, they didn't know if they were gonna pass that stimulus, right? People losing their jobs. What do you buy? Chicken, you buy eggs. We'll see that in a second. Ground beef, you'll buy ground beef. It's relatively affordable. Now, let's talk about shrimp now. Now we're gonna get into the very important part. So look at seafood. Look at the relative dependence on food service overall. Seafood in general, and again, these are not very scientific approaches on my end, but this is a rough estimate of what seafood is in food service. 29 to 30% is retail. And this is 2019 numbers, by the way. 58 to, so in general, 70% food service and hotels and institutions. So shrimp itself, we tried to adjust for yields, tried to bring that number up. I think it's somewhere in between 25 to like 30% at best in retail, right? And this is in terms of volume, okay? This is important. This is in terms of volume. So the important part here is how important food service is. But retail had been growing fast in the past few years. So there's not a way of saying this is good or bad. It's just the way it is. And it's great because prices for shrimp had actually been relatively low after EMS 2015 until now. Yes, you have some ups and downs, but for the most part, they have been relatively steady, if you will. When you have steady prices, demand usually grows. And this is an opportunity that I think for the most part, importers here and with the partnership of packers overseas, especially also in India, was to go with the value-added product and promote shrimp in retail. Look at the volume from 2014, 2015 into 2019. You almost doubled, well, not double, but you went like a 50% increase in 5 years. So that's very good. And remember, shrimp is the #1 item consumed in the U.S. So just to take that into account. However, these are so going into COVID-19, we will rely on promotions. Shrimp over the last few years, yes, shrimp is an item that sells the most and all that, but it needs a big push on retail promotions, right? And I'm going to focus on retail because retail is going to be the avenue that we're going to have and we will continue to rely heavily on for at least the immediate future, or at least until some social distancing changes, which will come with the vaccine, etc. Look at the retail promotions in general. Like shrimp is about 44%. This is promotions. How much of an item is promoted? This is not volume. Volume we saw in the previous one. So volume is 17% of all seafood sales, but 30% of all the value, right? So, but how much of that we need to be promoting? So shrimp is about 44%. And salmon, if you put salmon, Atlantic salmon, which is farm salmon, and then you put wild salmon together, you're talking about 19%. So shrimp and salmon are like the big winners in retail. Now, when you blow things up, this is how the representation relative to price. And shrimp is somewhere in the middle, but shrimp encompasses most of the promotions at a price point that is about I think it's about $7.40, if I'm not mistaken. But let's illustrate this. We're going to compare this to other proteins because if we're coming into times of hardship, price is going to be more important than ever, right? Why? Because what's going to beat, a $2 12 eggs or chicken at $1.91, for the most part per pound, when shrimp is about $7.45, right? Yeah, shrimp is not lobster. It's not at $23 or scallops at $12. It's somewhere in a happy medium. It's not a luxury item anymore, but it's not on the bottom end. It's not pollock or tilapia on the seafood side, and it's not necessarily what chicken is. So I think shrimp it's possibly at a disadvantage, but you have pretty strong demand in retail at the moment. So that's pretty good for now. I'm going to skip this and I'm going to just show what retail feature activity. So very similar to what happened in eggs during the pandemic, promotions went almost to zero because sales were that good. But now we're in August and now you see shrimp being promoted back again and probably higher than the average. And the prices are lower, which means to me that retailers are passing on some of these lower prices. And that's a good thing. When you see those savings passed on to the consumer, then you can get some support in the long run. I'm getting to the last few slides. So bear with me, please. I just got a text from Ravi. Yes, I know. This is the end. Please bear with me on this one. So this is the long run since 2012 and why we're going to rely so much on retail. This line is Urner Barry prices. This line over here is the price, the feature price at retail. This is just, you know, a composite of, in general, cooked shrimp, cooked, peeled, and shell on. And the green line is the difference between these two. It's a ratio, but it's a moving average too. What does this mean? It's like when this line, when retailers are not making that much money because wholesale prices are high, which means also that prices at the farm and prices at the packing side are high, retailers will not promote. They're like, they're too expensive. We're not making any money. We're not going to promote unless prices are lower, and I'm going to start promoting more, where I can make, you know, maybe a 40%, or I don't know. This is just a measure of let's say profitability for the retailer. But if they're making money, let's say from 2016 until now, they're promoting, and look at the prices. The prices are steady, and for the most part, they're steady, and promotions are going up. That means that this is when demand grows. But now with COVID, they're making money and they don't have to promote as much. But this is probably not going to last forever. Let's go to the next ones. Surveys. So what's happening? This is how consumers feel going into the last quarter, right? That this is a survey before. This is a survey, I believe this is in July, right? July or August. But some people are afraid of going into a restaurant that's going to be, you know, indoor, right? But they're tired of cooking at home, right? And now, so how is this going to play out? And now a new survey going into that. This just came out yesterday. This is very valuable. This is from Data Essential. Is that 65%? That jumped from like 40-something% to 68% that they're tired of cooking at home. They feel they like going out to restaurants, even if it's in the patio. So well, that's going to end, right? So conclusions. Let's just talk about one more. Yeah, the retail sector for shrimp, sales in the retail sector remain strong even after the opening. So that's a good sign. And why is this a good sign? Let me just bring back to this. I believe that this is a good sign. We're going to talk about this on the positives a little bit later, but let's just talk about what has been happening. So wholesalers, like your customers in the U.S. And the customers of your customers, they're getting, you know, seeking alternatives to move products in retail, right? Because you cannot sell, you know, selling head-on, you know, headless shell-on blocks to retail is probably difficult. So you have to look for different avenues. Repackaging in the U.S. What are the other companies? Digital marketing, targeted ads. I keep getting, you know, you probably can't see this, but this is the Maine Lobsters, like the Maine Lobsters marketers. I keep getting ads out of nowhere for Maine Lobster. Further expansion in your Blue Apron, HelloFresh, restaurants working as more of a delivery, like high-end restaurants as a delivery avenue. More targeted ads, like these people from Sitka, Alaska, the wild Alaskan salmon. These other companies that I've never heard of, the Butcher Box, they're getting salmon. They're trying to sell other products that they would normally sell somewhere else, right? And how is shrimp going to play out in this? If it's going to be a delivery kit, or is it cooked shrimp? Can it travel, etc.? There are many ways of new ways, like ghost kitchens. I don't know if you heard of this, but I don't know who's familiar with Chuck E. Cheese, but Chuck E. Cheese, you know, you cannot have kids playing around, so they're delivering pizza. So just to name a few, let's just wrap this up. The positives. I believe that the consumer is getting more used to eating shrimp over time. So this happened before COVID-19, right? We saw the trend. Now you push this trend because people are only eating at home, right? Or eating at home a lot more. So they're losing that fear of cooking shrimp or eating that cooked shrimp. I did it, for instance. So that's good in the long run. The gradual diversification into other channels take away some of that dependency on food service as much, whether it's meal kits, whether it's delivery, whether it's targeted ads, or even the wholesalers getting through to the consumer. That's important. However, this is a painful transition because prices are low, and these prices, as long as these lower prices are passed on to the consumer, then it's good in the long run. The negatives, we just don't see how, that 70% of volume that moved in the US can be squeezed into all these other avenues. So I think there's still more pain coming down the line, but I might be wrong. Who knows? Continued case of COVID-19, whether it's in the supply chain overseas. Good thing that Ravi mentioned that everybody's getting tested, and that's probably not an issue anymore. But what if, like what's happening in Europe, a second wave? If that happens over here too, in the US too, a contraction in the food service over time. If price volatility moves up, then that's a bad thing. And again, just like we saw, if there's any negative impact on the publicity that we heard. This is from Bloomberg News, and it was an alert, and it was pushed through my phone. So I think that a lot of people got that too. But sometimes it's a short-lived, and hopefully that doesn't affect things, because this is imported shrimp, and people sometimes don't read the news that this came from Ecuador, and that it was in a box and there was nothing really, as opposed to just selling the headline. So that's about it. Sorry if I went too long, but you can contact me, and thank you for your time. And yeah, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me.
Thank you, Angel. It was a wonderful presentation. Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. It was a wonderful presentation. You were crunching a lot of numbers, and you have given us a lot of data to digest. And one good thing about your talk is we got to understand that the retail is doing good. The household started consuming. You yourself started consuming shrimps at home. I mean, that's one good news. I mean, that could keep us in business. All the shrimp farming countries. I mean, that is definitely good news. But definitely testing times. We don't know how the trajectory of the disease is going to be in US as well. The numbers are still going up. So, I mean, testing times definitely, and we'll have you again in the panel discussion. And now we'll take about a 40 seconds break, and then we'll join again. And after the interval, we will have introduction of our president. I mean, he's going to introduce George Chamberlain is back. He's connected. He is the 14th powerful man in the seafood industry. So he'll be back anyways. He forced himself back into the webinar. So our president is going to introduce him after the interval. Now we'll take a break for 40 seconds. Victor.
Yeah, hello. We have a video that's what you just saw was the sponsors, and we have this a minute and a half video by Global Speeds, and there is an audio behind it. For some reason, we're not able to listen to that, but I would appreciate if we take this break to watch this video by Global Speeds. Thank you, everyone, for listening, to watching this promotional video. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Joe Chamberlain. Apologize for the problems that we had in getting you in. Apparently, Zoom has changed some of the procedures recently, and then it's affecting a few people to join with us. But then we have the program going live on YouTube, and people can watch it over there. And then who are connected to our Facebook page can find the link to the YouTube live stream, and they can watch it from there. So I would like to introduce the keynote speaker of today, Dr. Joe Chamberlain. Last evening, we were doing a practice run for this event, and our past president, Ravi, called Dr. Chamberlain the rock star of the aquaculture world. Most of you know who Dr. Chamberlain is. What you may not know is that he has been unfortunate twice in his long career. I have worked under him on 2 different occasions. And the first time was my first job, and he was to teach me all that I know about the aquafeed business today. During that period, Dr. Chamberlain was building the Global Aquaculture Alliance. I had started as an intern and was given a desk in a small library in the R&D department, and this was right across from Dr. Chamberlain's office. And Dr. Chamberlain had the habit of keeping his office door open and speaking loudly. So I could hear him getting on calls with decision makers in the aquaculture sector worldwide and explaining the reason for a global aquaculture advocacy group and asking for commitments of support. Frequently, he would refer to what was happening in India with the Supreme Court ruling against shrimp culture. Today, about a quarter century later, GA has grown to be the most influential organization in aquaculture. As Bill Gates rightly said, most people overestimate what they can do in 1 year and underestimate what they can do it in 10 years. Dr. Chamberlain's tenacity is an inspiration for those of us in SAP who want to unite all aquaculture professionals in India under one banner to promote aquaculture. Let me now welcome Dr. Joe Chamberlain, the president of GAA, to deliver the keynote address with the theme of this webinar, Global Shrimp Markets Looking Beyond the Pandemic. Welcome, George.
Thank you, Victor. Let's see if we can share the screen. Okay. Victor, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, perfect. Always makes me a little bit nervous when we have these technical glitches, but I'm delighted to be here with you. And Victor, thank you for the kind words. And it was such an inspiration when you joined our team and at Purina, and it's been a pleasure working with you and with Ravi and Muthu and Santana and all the other gentlemen at SAP. And I would say the same wonderful things about the organization that you've formed. You've taken it from a very small group that could fit in one small room. I remember making one of the initial presentations to SAP to a world-class organization, absolutely top-notch. So congratulations. Well, let me begin by giving a quick introduction about GAA. These are some of the programs. You know, I'd say we're best known for our certification program. You see at the bottom, the best aquaculture practices. But I want to draw your attention to two things: membership, and I think you've heard it before that GAA is trying to reach out and establish strategic partner members with associations around the world. And the idea is that we think that collaboration, networking, information exchange is the power that will advance the business. There's no need for all of the expertise to be in one area. We can connect, we can network, and that know-how is what will grow the business. So we want to try to link everyone together, and the idea is that any member of any aquaculture association, whether it's farming, hatchery, feed, processing, or marketing, is invited to join with us to form a consortium so that we can all share information. And those members, everyone has free access to the information benefits of GAA, including live streaming of the first day of the Goal Conference. And I've included here a few pictures of what some of the talks on the first day, some of the exciting, bold new ventures, like these RAS, recirculating aquaculture systems for salmon, that are attempting to revolutionize the way that salmon is produced using land-based systems. And then the open ocean, fully exposed offshore production systems for salmon, like the Ocean Farm 2. And then homegrown shrimp. This is CP's indoor shrimp farm that they built in Florida, and they expect to have many of these, all totally recirc, including the hatchery, totally recirc. And then Minfu's intensive outdoor tank system, which is kind of a hybrid between a recirc, indoor recirc system and an intensive outdoor farm. All of these getting very high yields, very exciting. So I hope you'll join us as a strategic partner member. It's very easy. The association joins. We send the association a link that they send to their members. With a few clicks, you're signed up. And then join us for the goal meeting, October 6 to 8. Now, before we get into marketing, I just want to focus on the terrible toll on humanity that COVID has taken. 31 million people have been infected, with 300,000 new infections per day. Can you imagine? Nearly 1 million deaths so far. And if you look at that plot on the right, you can see this on a global scale. This is changing with exponential growth phase, and then a plateau as there seems to be some control, and then another exponential growth phase. And we're still not sure if it's peaked. There may yet be another exponential growth phase as we head into the winter period. And countries around the world are in varying stages of lockdowns, and some are relaxing controls, some are tightening. And certainly some countries have been more effective than others. And I would say both India and the US, unfortunately, are examples of countries that have not been very effective in controlling this disease so far. We don't expect life to return to normal soon. The herd immunity with the vaccine is probably going to be at least 12 months away. Hopefully the vaccine will be available sooner, but it'll go to first responders. It's going to be at least a year before the general public can get it, and probably longer, because we have to think about getting it distributed worldwide. Otherwise, infected people moving internationally will still spread the disease. The impacts on the seafood sector are many. Even though COVID doesn't infect seafood, it indirectly affects it in so many ways. And we We've heard about the surface contamination of the RNA of the COVID virus on packaging of seafood in China and how that's caused major market disruption. And of course, the food service channel has been hit so hard, and Angel gave some great information that really puts numbers on this. And it's had a tremendous impact on traditional wet markets that have basically shut down, but the retail and e-commerce have grown tremendously. And there are big issues with logistics and movement of people, the workforce in processing plants. I want to take a moment to mention that on worker safety, we see issues at processing plants where people are working. I hear some voices in the background. I wonder if I could ask everyone to try to mute so that we can get some clear sound. Anyway, they're gaining control of worker safety at processing plant is very important, and I think great progress is being made in that regard. Looking forward, we know that the economy is worsening. Consumer budgets will be tight. As Angel pointed out, the seafood is much more expensive than terrestrial proteins, and we might see a more budget-conscious public beginning to shift to cheaper proteins. Consumers are learning to prepare seafood at home. In the long run, this is going to go away, and where aquaculture is going to be positioned to provide a healthy food source for the future, and the long-term prospects are great. It's this shorter term that we have to get through for the next at least 6 months. Angel showed lots of different price curves, but let me just show this one where the red line shows the pricing, and you can see the sensitivity of pricing to volume at that area that's circled. You can see there was a bump in volume. The bars show the volume from 2017 to 2018. The volume of global shrimp production went up 11%, and you can see price dropped at the same time 12%. The volume and price are very interlinked. And the key point now is that we are very close to the historic low price levels. This is a difficult time for producers around the world. And then when we look at per capita consumption in the US, how much each person eats, we can see that for a long period of time, say from about 2003 to 2018, maybe at least 15 years, per capita consumption has been flat, even though global production has nearly doubled. So we're not getting the consumption results. And this is the whole purpose of this talk, is to think about marketing, improving consumption. And on top of this, we're experiencing these great improvements in technology. RAS systems, much higher yields. There's the potential for shrimp farming to produce a lot more volume. We're investing a lot in technology, but we're not investing in marketing. Now I want to introduce the real rock star of shrimp marketing. It's this gentleman. His name is Alan Cooper. He is the former manager of Camposol's avocado business in Peru. Camposol is one of the largest agricultural companies in Peru. They sell some of the superfoods like blueberries, asparagus, and avocados. And then they moved into shrimp farming, and they gave Alan a promotion to manage their shrimp farming business. But he had previously come from the avocado business where he understood marketing. And he asked me questions as we sat here in Lima. What do you guys in shrimp farming do about marketing? And what's your plan? And he began to realize that we don't have a unified plan. And he was surprised, and he began to tell me about what happens in the avocado business. And I asked him if he could present that at the goal meeting in Guayaquil, Ecuador in 2018. So at that meeting, he described his company's shrimp farming venture called Marinasol, where they've taken standard semi-intensive ponds like the ones you see in the background here and converted them into covered intensive ponds with very low water exchange and very high yields. It's amazing, sophisticated work, and it's the future of shrimp farming, I believe. But then he talked about avocados, and he explained that in the history of avocado production, there was variable quality. Product would enter the market, it was already overripe. Consumers were worried that when it changed color, maybe it's rotten. There were health concerns. Are the fats in avocados bad for you? There's very poor data on the supply of avocados, very poor understanding of the seasonal peaks in demand. So there would be excess avocados in the market when it wasn't needed, an insufficient supply when it was needed, and a very limited use of avocados, mainly for Mexican cuisine, for guacamole, for example. And then the avocado producers got together and they formed a US Department of Agriculture, USDA, marketing board for avocados. Now understand that USDA has about 22 different marketing boards for all the major commodity foods. You see here, chicken, eggs, pork, beef, milk, potatoes, cotton, soybeans, citrus, flowers, nuts, mangoes, many, many. And the idea here is to bring some order and to bring some organization and help the producers to do a better job with marketing their products. And what USDA does is set up a mandatory process. If the producers meet certain criteria, then a system can be put in place where every single pound or kilo of product entering the US market is assessed a small fee, a few cents. Let's say in the case of avocados, 2.5 cents per pound. That money goes into a fund. And then the fund is used to do all sorts of work on research, marketing, data collection, and research with all these commodities that I've mentioned. All 22 of these show that the benefit to cost ratio of these programs is generally in the range of 4-to-1 to 6-to-1. In other words, you invest $1 and you're going to get $4 to $6 in benefits. So in the avocado case, the first thing that USDA does is they grade all the imported foods. So they graded the avocados. Is it grade A, grade B, or grade C? And that had the immediate effect of all the exporters wanting to make sure they got maximum value. So it drove the industry to consistently produce grade A. So the quality issues were largely resolved. Then they invested in health research and they found that the fats in avocados weren't bad for you, they were actually good for you. And the American Heart Association, AHA, granted use of their Heart Healthy logo on avocado marketing. So it was a complete turnaround. And we have a similar situation with shrimp. Can you imagine some people still worry about the cholesterol in shrimp? Imagine if we could turn that around and show this is good cholesterol. It's the high density lipids, and we could get a Heart Healthy logo for shrimp. And then they worked on the data. Now they have accurate data on all the sources of avocados coming in, and they know when the peaks in supply are. And they've developed lots of new product forms: avocado salad, avocado toast, avocado smoothies, avocado ice cream, avocado oil. It's just incredible. Now, this slide shows you the typical data. This is public information. You can go on the Hass Avocado Marketing Board site, and it will show you what the past imports were from each source: California, Mexico, Chile, Dominican Republic, New Zealand, Peru, and what the future are expected to be every week. So you get to, you know, if you're a retailer and you're expecting that you're going to need X volume, you can go on the website and you can see, wow, yeah, it looks like no problem. There's plenty of volume coming in. Very accurate information. And so in just 6 years, the per capita consumption nearly doubled. Can you imagine? We've been, what did we say earlier, 15 years, almost flat? So remarkable change by driving consumption and doing all the homework. It takes money, but everybody contributes equally and a very small amount. So after the rock star Alan Cooper gave his presentation at the goal meeting, at that very meeting, the audience, members of the audience said, let's get together and do something. So spontaneously, a shrimp marketing organizing committee was established. I don't know if you can see, but this is Alan Cooper right here. And this group decided, let's try to follow the avocado example and do it for shrimp. And the group considered various funding models. There's the voluntary model, like everybody please chip in. But the problem with that, they just don't work, because you'll always have the case of free riders. Those are the people who say, wow, I really like the program, but this is not a good time for my company. We really can't contribute. My company really doesn't need this kind of marketing. We're fine without it. Many reasons. And next thing you know, there are only a few contributing and carrying the burden of the whole industry. And they quickly decide that they're not going to do that, and the program falls apart. We also tried an idea of a buyer-driven program, having the major buyers, let's say Cisco Foods, Costco, Walmart, you know, the major buyers require it. You must contribute to this. But that runs into problems with antitrust. The buyers simply are legally not allowed to do that, although some of them indicated they were willing to. So it brings us back to the mandatory model. But what this organizing committee had concerns about were two things. First of all, to get a marketing board established, 75% of the importers on the US side, they must vote in favor of it. So you have to get the majority of the business on board. And some of those importers were concerned that if they invite USDA in to help with marketing, maybe USDA might creep into a regulatory role. And maybe they would add another layer of regulations that the importers don't want. Now, that's very unlikely, because it's a completely different arm of the US Department of Agriculture that handles marketing boards. But nevertheless, it's a concern. And consequently, nothing has happened with that organizing committee, I'm sad to say. After quite a bit of work, those committee members met multiple times in the US, and also came to Chennai for the goal meeting and met again there, met with exporters in Chennai. And I must say that this generic marketing that we're talking about is a long-term proposition. What we hear is that it generally takes about 2 years to gain approval within a sector, to convince everyone, and to go through the paperwork and the bureaucracy to form a USDA marketing board. People think, wow, 2 years, that's an awful long time. But you know what? It has been 2 years since we started that discussion. If we had moved forward immediately, we would already have the USDA marketing board. So we've lost some time. But then once the board is found and the funds begin to roll in, it takes several more years before you really start to see the tangible results. You begin to collect the data, you put the systems in place, you invest in research, but it takes time. So it's absolutely the right decision for companies that have a long-term plan to stay in this business and to grow their business. If you want to grow the business, we have to have generic marketing. We have to have a way to increase consumption. Now,
prawn
listen to
fishers
this.
and farmers invest enormous amounts of money and generations of time to find, harvest, or grow the very best product they can. And that product, our Australian prawns, deserves the attention and love of the nation. Competing on price alone can be a race to the bottom that no one wins. But if you can tell your story, appeal to emotions and not just wallets, then you give people a real reason to love Australian prawns. And that is an investment in the future of the industry. The Love Australian Prawns campaign is the first national campaign for an entire seafood category. Prawn fishers and farmers are leading the seafood industry with unified and professional marketing.
We gauge what sells in the shop, and we gauge what the customers are telling us. From what we've learned over the last 12 months, the campaign has worked. It's worked wonders, and we can definitely see a demand for Australian prawns.
So the point of that video was to show you that in the case of Australia, they've actually gone beyond just developing a marketing campaign for farmed shrimp. They've gotten their farmed and wild catch sectors to work together. That's just remarkable. It's a tremendous example of what is possible. I really do think that unified generic marketing is desperately needed in the shrimp business. It is a longer term effort, but it's something that we have to begin. SAP has certainly shown the tenacity to form an organization and grow it. And we need leadership from you to show that you feel this is important and continue to drive it through with the importers on the US side. So let me wrap up. The COVID pandemic is really hitting us worldwide, especially the food service sector. Prices are right now at historic lows. Remarkably, the shrimp farming technology continues to improve. We're making tremendous advancements on the whole gamut of shrimp farming, from disease control, diagnostic measurements, breeding, hatchery technology, feeds. The whole thing is improving, but we're not doing anything on marketing. And without this unified generic marketing, supply will continue to go up and prices will continue to fall. Now, this avocado model that we've discussed, that Alan Cooper explained to us, is a wonderful example of the improvements that can be made with proper data collection, understanding the market, and driving per capita consumption. I think that a mandatory model, mandatory collection of a fee upon import of product, and a very small fee that everyone pays the same amount, that is the necessary model. And that is a long-term solution, not a quick fix. It won't help us this year, and it probably won't help us much for 3 to 5 years. But then we have something that can grow the business for the long term. So thank you very much. A pleasure talking with you today, and I look forward to the questions that come later.
Thank you, George. It was a wonderful presentation. And what we got to understand from George's presentation is we need to have a unified marketing body. I mean, probably US on USDA lines, USDA has marketing boards for several commodities. If we can start something like that, definitely it's going to help because the markets are stagnant. I mean, if you want to up our ante in any of the shrimp farming countries, we don't have the market. It is stagnant. So definitely we need to work on that kind of a board, and we have to take a leaf out of the book of avocado. I mean, there's such an example. We have to take leaves out of their book and try to implement. I mean, we have a set precedent. It's up to us to follow. We have to get united from all the shrimp farming countries and come up with this unified board. Then everybody is going to benefit. I mean, it's going to help the larger good of shrimp farming fraternity. Wonderful thoughts, George. I will again kind of interact during the panel discussion. Now we'll take a couple of minutes break and then get started again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Now I would request our Vice President membership, Mr. Saji Chacko, to introduce the next speaker, Willem from Shrimp Insights. Recently he has come up with a report on broodstock. I mean, most of us have gone through that. I mean, so now Saji would invite Willem to give a talk on European markets.
Thank you, Ravi. Good evening. Our next speaker is Mr. Willem van der Pelt. He'll be talking about the European market, post-COVID situation, and some insights on the Christmas and New Year purchase strategies. Mr. Willem has a broad understanding of the shrimp industry as a result of his vast field experience in major shrimp producing countries. As an industry analyst, he has a thorough understanding of the structure and dynamics of the shrimp markets and shrimp producing countries. His expertise covers the input, farming, processing, export, import, and the market distribution segments of the industry. He knows where to find the best data sources and how to work with it to strengthen fact-based reporting. Over the past 10 years, he has worked with the shrimp sectors in Europe, US, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Ecuador, and Peru. The list is big. And everyone from SAP is a very familiar face. His presentation will provide us with the insights of the European market situation for Asian shrimp and the outlook towards the end of 2020. Welcome, Mr. Willem. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Let me try to share my screen with you. Yeah, so thanks Society of Aquaculture Professionals for inviting me once more to talk to you about the dynamics and the developments in the shrimp industry. And today I will really focus on what's happening in the European market. Yeah, so actually it's when I was preparing this presentation, it was quite quite a thing to remember that the last time that I talked to you was during the conference in Cochin, which was last February, I believe. And then I remember that we got this little bag of the association with a couple of gifts and souvenirs. And in there was a little bottle with alcohol. I believe it was really the start of the pandemic, and I'm actually still using that little bottle from India with German alcohol to clean my hands before entering the car and touching my wheel. So yeah, of course, when I think for me that trip to India, it was my last trip before COVID really started to surge in Europe, and we had a major surge in cases during March, April, and May. But after that, actually, it seemed that things were getting under control. Unfortunately, after a very quiet summer, it seems that things in Europe are really not going well. So on the map on the screen, you can see this is the map of 2 or 3 days back, and it shows the number of cases per 100,000 people. So you can see that especially in Southern Europe, in Spain and the southern part of France, but also in some parts, even in the Netherlands, where I'm based, we really are now facing a resurgence of the virus. And I think that yesterday, it was the first day that the chief doctor monitoring all this case development in the Netherlands was saying that we were possibly now at the start of the second wave. And I think that's a very concerning fact, although it's still not clear to me personally. Luckily, I'm not an expert in COVID, but it's for me as a Dutch citizen, it's not really clear what it means. Because if you look at this graph, you see the number of positive tests versus the hospitalization numbers. So as you can see on the right end of the first graph, the graph on top, we are now at a higher positive test count than we were earlier this year. But of course, you know, like, what does it actually say? Not that much, because back then we were testing much less than we are now. And if you look at the lower graph, you see that actually the number of people that submitted to the hospital in the Netherlands is still at a very low level compared to March and April this year. That said, yesterday in a television conference, they showed that the hockey stick that we are also afraid of, in which COVID really increases more rapidly than anyone can predict, that it might happen again. And this may result in a very difficult situation in the next couple of months, in which, while the virus started to research again among students, people in their 20s and 30s, now, I believe yesterday, the data showed that 10% of the people that are going to the test facilities are people in their 60s and older. And of course, with that number of people increasing, also the number of hospitalizations, etc., will increase. And, you know, like the why that is relevant for this presentation is, of course, because that may result in increased pressure of political parties throughout Europe to actually increase the measures that are in place. While at this moment, to be honest, I think we are very lucky. We have very relaxed lockdowns. We can go out for dinner. There's not such a lot of trouble as long as we keep a 1.5 meter distance. That is the guideline that we should follow. But with this number of cases of people being admitted to the hospital increasing, you already notice in the day-to-day media that there is an increased call for more stringent measures. And how that will work out, we'll have to see. But what will be different from the first wave is that while in the first wave we had national measures, so the Netherlands had a lockdown, Spain had a lockdown, etc. And now it seems that the governments throughout Europe have decided to take a very location-specific lockdown, which means that actually they will only implement more stringent measures in those provinces or in those cities where the cases are actually surging. So a full lockdown, as we have experienced earlier this year, is unlikely to happen. And I guess that's a good thing. So today I will first take you to the trade data of the first half of the year. Unluckily, we don't have the same amount of data available for Europe as Angel has for the US. So we have to deal with a little bit more backlog in terms of what we can analyze from the data, but still it will give you, I think, a very valuable insight in what has been happening and what is happening as we speak, and also what might happen in the coming final quarter of this year, but also the first quarter of next year. So what I want to show you in this slide is the total imports of raw head-on, shell-on, and raw peeled shrimp. So this excludes cooked and other value-added products. And in Europe, this is actually by far the major volume of warm water shrimp that is being imported into the European Union. And yeah, maybe if someone from the UK is listening, they are not so happy, but I excluded the UK from this data, and I will show you a little bit on the UK in a different slide. Yeah. So the HS code 030617 has all species within the warm water shrimp category. So that means it includes Argentinian shrimp, it includes Van de Mee, it includes wild-caught pink shrimp from Asia, and it includes the wild-caught warm water shrimp from China. Yeah, so this is quite a big volume. It's 400,000 tons in 2019. As you look on the graph, you can see that actually in the beginning of this year, imports were not that bad. Actually, the growth trend that we have been seeing over the past couple of years for European shrimp imports continued. It was only in April, May, and June when the lockdowns throughout Europe came into effect that also the imports actually dipped below the level of 2019. And that was the... Oh, I'm getting photos, whether I can increase the size of my screen. Let me try. I hope it's better now, but Vijay, if you can let me know, because you were messaging me. Okay, let me continue like this. I hope it's better now. I took off my second screen, so I hope you can see the presentation in full screen now. But otherwise, I'll share my presentation also, of course, with SAP afterwards, so you can look at the graphs in more detail. Yeah. So good. So you see that the total imports over the first half of the year are only down by 6%, but in April, May, and June, imports dipped by 11%, 39%, and 9%. The problem of working with these HS codes that we don't know yet at the six-digit level, whether this is Vaname or Argentinian shrimp or whatever. It only gives an overall image, an overall view of what has been happening with imports. So if we look at the 8-digit level, we take the 03061792, which only includes Penaeus shrimp. So this includes Vaname shrimp and monodon shrimp. It can also include wild-caught Penaeus shrimp. But this category, of course, primarily represents Vaname shrimp. And it's actually very interesting to look at this data because, first of all, it's only 254,000 tons. So that's only 65% of the entire group, which people normally look at when analyzing this data. So it's much smaller than one might expect from the higher digit level. And as you can see, the trend has been slightly different. So while for the overall warm water shrimp imports, we saw a decline of 6%, for Vaname shrimp, we see a decline for only 1%. Further, the same trend, January, February, March were very strong months, and imports only started to decline in April, May, and June, and especially May and June. So a little bit later than for the overall warm water shrimp imports. What this suggests is that the lockdown has affected other species more than Vaname, which is logical because in Europe, Vaname shrimp is more a retail product than a food service product. Relative to the other species. So if you look at monodon or if you look at Argentinian red shrimp, is much more a food service product than a retail product. So this data also confirms that retail sales have actually done much better and were much less hit than, of course, the food service sales in Europe. So in this table, you can see this in more detail for the different countries in the different member states. And they are listed from large to big. So of course, the big volumes of shrimp are imported in Southern Europe, in Spain and France, especially. And here's this first interesting difference. If you look at Spain, you can see that the total import under 030617 is almost 50 or more than 50,000 tons, while the import under 92 was less than 30,000, while in France it's actually the other way around. So it's 34,000 tons in total. But 31,000 tons for 92, which means again that in France, Vaname represents a much bigger part of the total shrimp market than in Spain. Yeah. If you look at the green and the red colors on the right column of the table, there I've indicated in which countries did the import of Vaname decrease less or even grow compared to the total import of warm water shrimp under 030617. You can see that actually in the biggest markets, Spain, France, Netherlands, and Belgium, this is all the case. Only in Italy, Greece, and Denmark, the imports of Vaname declined more than the overall warm water shrimp imports. So interesting as well is that the Netherlands and Belgium actually year on year compared to 2019 in terms of Vaname imports are still way ahead of 2019. So even though they had this very big slump due to the lockdown in April and May, they are still ahead of the 2019 figures. So this is the trend in Southern Europe, and in the graph you see the growth rates year on year from month to month. So also in France, Spain, and Italy, if we look at the trend, we see that the start of the year was very strong. April and May year on year growth dropped, and in June, especially in France and in Portugal, we already saw that imports revived. And this is very important to realize that although the lockdown was there, already early summer, food service sales started to improve, and many of the companies who previously canceled their orders during March, April, and May, they reordered those containers 1 or 2 months later, and they started coming in already in June. And we expect, although the data is not yet there, that in July and August we will actually see that European imports of Vaname shrimp have outperformed 2019. And this is mainly due to a very good summer and the fact that people who stayed at home, instead of going on a holiday abroad, they celebrated their holiday in their own country, and they went out for dinner much more than they would do in a normal year. Yeah, and you see that in Spain and Italy, where normally shrimp consumption is also much more linked to tourism, to foreign tourists coming to the Spanish coast or to Italy. That there, in that case, you see that revival was not yet there, at least not in June. We have to wait and see what we see happening for July and August. So in Northern Europe, you see this trend even much more clearly. So again, strong first 3 months of the year, weak April and May, but a strong growth already again in June. And what I did here is you see the pink line between the blue lines, and the pink line is for the 3 countries combined, because the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany, we are 3 independent countries, but in terms of the movement of shrimp, is actually one market, because Dutch importers, they import through Belgium, German importers import through the Netherlands. So there's a lot of product moving between the 3 countries, which eventually results in the fact that you better look at these 3 countries as a single market. And altogether, in the 3 countries, year on year, shrimp imports have been 6% up, Vaname imports. So if we then look at the supply side to Europe, we see that actually Ecuador and Venezuela, the 2 top 5 suppliers from South America, and they have been outperforming themselves in compared to 2019. India, Vietnam, and also Bangladesh. Bangladesh, of course, for Monodon, not for Vaname, have seen year-on-year declines. And the difference here is, of course, that Ecuador and Venezuela is mainly head-on shell-on shrimp for the cooking market in Southern Europe, while India, Vietnam, and Bangladesh mainly supply the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, and part of especially northern France with the peeled markets. What for me was, again, an important realization is that even though the volume is small, so India in 2019 in the whole year supplied almost 30,000 tons of raw, peeled, and headless shell-on Vaname to Europe, it is still the largest supplier of peeled shrimp. And of course, you can see that Vietnam actually dropped 15%, which is quite surprising because Vietnam has a free trade agreement in place from May onwards. But they seem to have had trouble finding a market for the raw peeled products in Europe in the first half of this year. But India is the largest supplier of peeled shrimp, despite all the issues that India is confronted with in terms of food safety regulations, which I will get back to a little bit later on. Yeah, so here, of course, the trend of the main suppliers, and you see more or less the same trends as we saw when we looked at the importer. But interesting here is where you see the red line and the red dot, that actually you can see that from May to June, Vietnamese imports, indeed, at the moment that the FTA was implemented, researched the quickest, so much quicker than imports from India. For raw peeled shrimp, so for this HS code, Vietnam's duty has been reduced to 0%, while India at this moment is paying 4 or 4.2% duty on raw peeled shrimp. Okay, so far I've been speaking about raw peeled shrimp because for you in India, that is the main product that you are supplying to Europe. But of course, we also have a market for cooked shrimp, but it's very small. So yes, there is a market for cooked and other value added products, but it's only in 2019, it was only 32,000 tons. Compared to a total volume of about 700,000 tons that's imported in Europe in terms of shrimp. So that's very small. And what I did here is I excluded all imports of cooked and value added shrimp from other regions, because otherwise it would get mixed up with cold water shrimp, which is in the same HS codes. So in this graph, you see the cooked and value added shrimp imports from Asia, which is for 70% supplied by Vietnam. Vietnam is still supplying Europe cooked shrimp with a 7% duty, which will reduce to 0% over the next couple of years. So contrary to for raw peeled shrimp, where the reduction of duty was from one day to the other, for cooked and other value-added products, it will be a couple of years before the duty is also reduced to 0%. So for cooked shrimp, we might have expected to see less of a decrease during the lockdown in April and May, because it's more of a retail product than a food service product. But that is actually not the case. So for the whole year, we see a decline of 4% of cooked and value-added shrimp exports to Europe. So the UK then, no longer part of the EU, but of course still part of Europe. And actually, if you would look at Europe as a continent as a whole, the UK is the biggest market for raw peeled shrimp on the European continent. What I've done in this graph, I've combined the imports of raw peeled shrimp. Again, the 8 digits, so this is mainly Vaname and also a little bit of Monodon, and the cooked and other value-added shrimp. And in this case, you see that indeed, in the UK, while the import of raw peeled shrimp drastically increased, even much more than in mainland Europe, by 23% in the first 6 months, the imports of cooked shrimp only declined by 11%. So combined, the UK imports this year so far, up to June, have been down by 15%. And of course, this is again an indication that also in the UK, retail sales of shrimp have been relatively strong compared to the raw products. So yes, unfortunately for July and August, there is no import data available, but most of the companies in the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany that I've spoken to in recent weeks indicate that they had an extraordinarily strong summer, which they did not expect, which they did not anticipate. But it means that what I already said, the restaurants have adjusted very rapidly to the COVID situation. They managed to get approval of the governments to expand their outdoor terraces. So you saw that the outdoor terraces were twice as big as they were normally, enabling them to have more guests. And also people had to make a reservation to go out for dinner, which means that while earlier, of course, you would have much more peak moments during, let's say 6 to 8, we eat very early. So we have early peaking times in the restaurants. But now the restaurant occupation would be much more stable throughout the evening and throughout the week. Yeah, so most of the companies selling into the restaurant sector indicate that they have been able to make up for their losses during the lockdown, in especially the end of June, July, and the first 3 weeks of August. So as that demand was much higher than people expected, prices during those months, especially during July, actually increased in the market here. So not the import prices, but the prices from wholesale to the restaurants, which encouraged, of course, many of the importers that were not working with stocks to actually start ordering new containers. And what you heard about 3 weeks back, let's say end of August, first week September, everyone was telling that they were placing new orders to replenish their stocks because stocks during summer had been really well sold. That said, most of the importers that you talk to, whether they are in retail or food service, they are all very worried about the last couple of months of the year, especially, of course, due to food service. It has been mentioned already by also by Angel, but also by George, I believe, that restaurants will close down. Although some terraces in some cities get approval to keep their terraces during winter. You can imagine that in your winter jacket, in the rain and in the snow, sure, there will be people that make use of the opportunity, or there might be innovative setups such as on the photo, as you see in the presentation, but sales will go down. And one of the big wholesalers in the Netherlands voiced their expectation that a wholesale index, so looking at Q4 of this year compared to Q4 of last year, of 0.7, so 30% less sales might be realistic. But again, you know, if you look at the division between wholesale and retail, and then you look at a 30% decline of sales in wholesale, overall, at the end of the year, having these very strong summer months still in mind, I expect that you will see that although the numbers for October, November, December may show year-on-year decline, at the end of the year, we might have imported around the same volume of raw material, of finished product, sorry, as we did in 2019. And yeah, I think important to mention here is also that because most of the importers are careful with this very weak outlook for Q4, even though they are replenishing their stock, so they are placing new orders, or these have been placed now, and they will be coming in September, maybe early October. It means that until the end of the year, and probably even until January, February, new order placement will be relatively low. But it also means that if COVID does not get too serious during winter, and people or the situation recovers early next year, that I foresee a strong demand both from retail and food service for spring 2021, which of course normally starts the buying season in March. So yeah, just to conclude one more time, we had a strong start of the year. A weak April and May. The first signs of recovery of the market were already there in June. July and August were extraordinarily good, but the outlook for the remainder of the year is bleak. And real full swing demand might not occur again before March 2021. Okay, then I was asked not only to look at this very short-term outlook and what has been happening this year so far, but also to speak a little bit about the overall potential that India has in the European market. So I'll take a couple of minutes to share my thoughts with you on that. Yeah. So if we look on the long-term trend, of course, which has been influenced heavily by the disagreement between the European food safety authorities and the Indian food safety authorities, especially the Export Inspection Agency, but also MPDA is heavily involved in the discussions, I guess, together with authorities in Brussels, that still, as of 2017, heavy measures on the imports of Indian shrimp are in place, meaning that now, today, 100% of the containers that are supplied to Europe from India will be checked by the port authorities for especially antibiotics. But many other measures are in place in India, you know better than I do. But if an exporter is caught with a positive test for a container, he might be delisted for approval to the EU. And once delisted, the EU will not allow a factory to get relisted, which is, of course, a terrible situation because it means that you can supply 10 containers without a problem. You have one positive test, you lose your EU number, and you don't know when you get it back. I believe that at this moment, 15 to 20 Indian factories are delisted. They have submitted plans to the authorities in India, who submitted them to the EU to get relisted. But so far, the EU is not permitting that to happen. So as you can see in the graph, the exports dropped 25% during that time. Yeah, so while before there was 55,000 tons, now it's just about 40,000 tons. Netherlands, Belgium, UK, and Germany account for 70% of the total imports and are all negatively affected by this situation. Interestingly, exports to France, Portugal, Spain, and Italy, of course, where the volumes are much smaller for Indian shrimp, but they dropped even harder, probably because the difficult early starting relationships that were developed there could not really deal with all these measures in place. Yeah, of course, the market for Europe is still there. So who is taking that market from India is an important question to look at. And one of the answers is Vietnam. So while India is struggling with a lot of trouble to enter the European market, Vietnam has actually improved its access to the European market. The most important part there is the European-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement, which has been negotiated for many years, which came into effect in May, but of course, which already caused many buyers to look at Vietnam as a good source for shrimp for Europe. On top of that, Vietnam has the biggest number of ASC certified farms. There is a wide choice for European buyers that are selling into the retail channel to source from different factories in Vietnam that are doing Monodon and Vaname and have both species certified by ASC, but also with the factories, for example, certified by BSCI for social compliance. I think that the retail sector in Northwestern Europe is the hardest sector to enter, but it's the sector that also offers you as a supplier most stability. So I think that most of the big Indian exporters like Devi Seafoods, Devi Fisheries, Nekanti, but also the other big groups, they all have the ambition, or they all have the desire to do more direct business with European retail. But in order to be able to do that, you need to be able to compete with these companies in Vietnam that are at this moment much better positioned to do so. And although Vietnam is already dominating the market for cooked products in Northwestern Europe, we expect that also for the raw peeled products and the headless shallon raw products, that Vietnam will increase its market share, and that might very well be at the cost of India. That said, I think many of the buyers active in these segments, they really want to continue buying from India because they don't want to be in the situation that they are over-dependent on Vietnam. So the strategy that many of the bigger buyers will take is that they buy from both sources, they mix the lots, and they will level the price so that overall the price that they offer to their client is still competitive, but that they can deal with the price difference between Vietnam and India as a result of this free trade agreement, the 0% duty for Vietnam, but also because of the added cost for importing out of India because of the extra testing requirements in the port, which might add another 1 or 2% for each container. To be very honest with you, the biggest threat I see for India, but in general for Asian shrimp in Northwestern Europe, is competition from South and Central America. Yeah, and I will show you in a couple of slides why I'm a little bit concerned about that. So let's talk about the Netherlands again. Yeah, so if you look at this graph, you see that from 2015 to 2019, there have been a very steady increase first, but from 2018 to 2019, a very rapid increase of imports from South and Central America. And we are speaking about Ecuador, but Ecuador is not the only country in South and Central America that is increasing its production. Especially Venezuela is becoming a very dominant player on the European market, both for head-on shallon and for peeled products. But we also speak about countries like Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, which all try to find markets for their products. So this started with organic shrimp, yeah, because of course, like normally, up to recently, the idea of European buyers has always been like, South America is too expensive, you cannot compete. Well, in organic, you have a 15 to 20% premium in the market. So of course, there is space to source from different origins. Also, Asia cannot supply organic Vaname because according to the organic standards, you can only certify a species that is native to the geography by the organic standards. So Ecuador was in a very good position to capture this market for organic shrimp, for organic Vaname shrimp in Europe, not only Northwestern Europe, but also in Southern Europe. And as you see, this is often in peeled products. Yeah, so we often say like Ecuador is not competitive with peeled products. It's true, but in the case of a premium product such as organic, the premium price that the market is willing to pay also allows to cover those relatively high labor costs in South America. What happened then is that actually you saw that in retail, so these are packages of Albertijn in the biggest supermarket in the Netherlands, that you suddenly saw more head-on shallon shrimp coming into the market. And these were normally mixed lots. So it's a mix of products. If you look on the package of shrimp from Ecuador, Honduras, Venezuela, Guatemala, Nicaragua, which is mixed as a lot and then packaged and often cooked at origin to be supplied into the retail market here. But this is still not so threatening for Asia, is it? Because you, as Asian producers, as Indian producers, the amount of head-on shallon shrimp that you can do is very limited. So for the Ecuadorians, I always say, head-on shallon is their core business and peeled products is their byproduct. But for Asian suppliers, peeled products is the core business. And if you can do a small volume of head-on shell-on shrimp, you are in a good position. But that is it's a byproduct, it's a niche product. So looking back at this big jump from 2018 to 2019, this has been caused by a sudden shift of some of the big retailers in the Netherlands who have said, we will shift our entire assortment from Asian shrimp to South American shrimp. So here on the package, this is a bag of shrimp at Lidl. In which you can see there is written on the package that is farmed in semi-intensive farms in Honduras, Ecuador, and or Venezuela. So I don't know the exact figures, but what we have heard or what we hear in the market here is that Lidl accepted a higher price for the whole assortment. So they moved up the prices by 50 cents or even by €1 per kilogram. And they then shifted from Asian shrimp to South American shrimp. And of course, leading importers such as Heiploeg, which is a big driver of the entry of South American shrimp in the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, they play a major role in this promotion of South American and Central American shrimp. They have a great story to tell. It's all plantation style farms with factories on the farms, short supply chains, very low density production systems. If you look on these packages, these are of Klaas Puhl, one of the other major suppliers of shrimp in Northwestern Europe. They really make use of this beautiful image that South and Central America have among European consumers. They use that, they try to use that in the marketing of the shrimp, but also the Ecuadorians themselves. And with the Ecuadorians, I think many of the other Central American countries benefit from that promotional activity. So with the Sustainable Shrimp Partnership, a couple of leading Ecuadorian exporters, they are pushing themselves into the market as a premium supplier, a premium quality supplier of peeled, not only head-on shell-on, but also peeled Vannemai suppliers. And these kind of initiatives where they work together with the importer, the exporter, the producers, and also, for example, the industry associations, such as the Cámara Nacional de Aquacultura, they really manage to convince retailers and others to consider peeled shrimp from South and Central America as an alternative to the Asian shrimp, which is bothered by a negative market image, among others, due to, of course, the use of antibiotics and also the measures in place on India, because that is not good for the image of your country. Yesterday, I reached out to the European Food Safety Authority to ask them for an update on the situation with regard to India. And this is the summary that they were willing to share with me. So in 2019, compared to 2018, the sampling results of antibiotic usage in farms and hatcheries improved for the hatcheries, but not for the farms. So there were still the most positive tests for hatcheries, but while the number of negative tests, positive tests for hatcheries declined, for farms it actually increased. This is still a major concern to EU authorities, and as a result of those numbers, the EU authority, in response to my request, state that it is too early to reduce the sampling frequency to allow new establishments for EU approval, which means that if you build a new factory now, you cannot list it for EU approval or to relist any of the delisted establishments. Also, the 100% checks in the European ports, they will stay in place, causing a major logistical and cost challenge for importers of Indian shrimp. And the Commission, they continue to emphasize that it's the responsibility of all of the Indian industry, whether you're an importer, an importer, an hatchery operator, a farmer, to actually work together as an industry to really resolve this issue. And of course, I'm very aware that I'm not here to judge on the Indian situation. I know all the complexities also with Vietnam, where similar scenarios are there, but authorities do not put those restrictions on Vietnam. But in the end, it does not really matter because the restrictions are there, and the restrictions have negative consequences for India, but maybe even for more of the Asian shrimp producing countries. And yeah, before you even think about developing a brand, at least in the European market, of course, George, in the US, this might be a different situation. But before you think about, could we develop a brand as India, where we promote Indian shrimp as a sustainable, high quality, responsible choice for European consumers, of course, those non-tariff barriers have to be resolved. Any brand that you build at this moment to have resonance with European consumers should include aspects, of course, that we all know: zero antibiotics, supply chain transparency, traceability, certification, both social and sustainable. And of course, in the end, you need to maintain your competitiveness on price. I am really still convinced that India can build such a brand. You have your own story to tell. It's not the same as a South American story, but you have a story of culture, of people, of smells, of small-scale farmers, of livelihoods, and of all those passionate people that build this industry. And I think that if you all work together, if you can find a way to work together, that you should really be able to start promoting yourself in a good way. I'll skip this slide because I think that I'm through my time. I'm not sure, but yeah, I want to thank you for your attention. I look forward to the discussion in the panel. And if you have any questions or if you want to download my Broodstock report, the link and my email address is here, and you know where to find me. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of the seminar.
Oh, thank you very much, Willem. Thank you very much, Willem. It was a real insightful presentation. You know, we're against a lot of odds, India, to get into European market. One thing is, you know, if we compare India vis-a-vis Vietnam, they have an FTA agreement, so they have an advantage of 4 to 5%, and they're into value addition, and they're able to penetrate into your retail market, whereas we are not in that kind of value addition. We are only with PD Tylons and PD Tylops. We're not ready yet with ready to eat kind of value addition. And apart from that, the non-tariff barrier of, you know, antibiotic residues, it is going to, you know, trouble us. It's going to haunt us. You know, it's been haunting us for long, and it continues to haunt us. So it is, to an extent, it's diplomatic. Probably it's up to our governments to deal with it, you know, and, you know, ask European Union to do away with screening of 50% of the shipments that's working against us, despite the measures what we're taking. And we're not able to tell our story to EU, as you rightly said, you know, even about antibiotics. Though our industry is completely devoid of antibiotics, we're not able to convince, you know. So we have to sell our story, you know, to the marketplace as well as to the EU agencies, you know. Then we can make a penetration again into European market, because it is one of the largest markets. If you take whole of EU, I mean, it is larger than US, you know, more than 700,000 tons, you know. But if you look at the market size, what we got to understand from your presentation is it's more or less even Steven compared to 2019. That's one good thing. But the last quarter is not going to be all that good because of the winter, and you know, you're expecting people not to go to restaurants and eat, and as such, you know, the consumption in the households is not all that good in Europe, in many of the countries. So we might not see a good market for the last quarter, but moving forward next year, first quarter is going to be good. That's good news. Probably we'll all pull up our stocks in India and try to, you know, penetrate into European market. You know, we need to. I mean, if we get into European market, we can up our ante. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. You know, other markets look to be very, very stagnant. I mean, thanks for an insightful presentation. And now we'll take a couple of minutes break and get going with the webinar. Welcome back. Now I request our treasurer, Vijay, to introduce the next speaker, Vincent Lin of Grow-Best Seafoods. Vijay?
Yeah, are you audible, sir?
Yeah, very much. Go ahead.
Fine, thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Vincent Lin, the president of Grow-Best Seafood Corporation. It's a multinational which is operating from Taiwan and has base in China, Thailand, Philippines, and USA. He's a critical thinker and is a numerical analyst by nature because he's a mathematician and is a postgraduate in business administration. He has a very big illustrious career in the food industry and then back to the seafood industry. And so he's naturally a good business administrator and strategist. He is now about to speak on our biggest, one of the biggest buyers and also the world's biggest consumer of shrimp, China. The topic is pandemic impacted China shrimp market. I welcome Mr. Vincent Lin and take to the stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, good evening, everybody. Okay, I'm Vincent Lin from Grow-Best Seafood Company in Taiwan. And now I'm going to share our assessment of China shrimp market under pandemic. First, let me share my screen. COVID-19 has cataclysmic impact on global economy and international trading. Seafood industry everywhere struggle to confront chaos in supply chain and transformation of consumer behavior. Salmon and shrimp, the two most international trading seafood species, unsurprisingly, become the two most suffered category during the pandemic. Against this backdrop, China shrimp market has endured various calamities one after another. And in this calamity, I conclude that although the pandemic has disrupted its operation, China shrimp market still is destined to be the most lucrative in the world with its unique feature, no matter how long COVID-19 pandemic will be haunting human beings. First, now let us review China shrimp import market as a whole. In 2019, China imported about 700,000 tons of frozen shrimp, value 4.26 billion US dollar. That's the information. That's the information from CAPMA, China Aquatic Product Processing and Marketing Association. Annually, China consumes around 2.2 million tons of shrimp. And we can see from this figure, in terms of quantity, in the first half of 2020, the import quantity still grows, but the price is keep sliding down since December 2019. The quantity only start decrease since July. In July, the import quantity decreased 6.5% than the same month in 2020. But it has a very sharp decrease compared June 2020. It is a 22.2% decline. And if we look at the import value, the decline is even more than the decline of the quantity. The value, the import value in July 2020 is 13.9% less than 2019. And in July, it is a 24.6% loss than in June. And where does the import shrimp come from? From this figure, we can see that Ecuador, India, Thailand, Vietnam, Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Canada are the major origins. And one thing worth pointing out is Ecuador and India in 2019 has growth more than 300%. Besides the top 4 countries, Saudi Arabia in 2019 emerged as also a major import source country. In that year, China imported 29,000 tons from Saudi Arabia. And the one last country in the major source is Canada. Canada is the main import origin of northern prawn. The quantity is quite stable from 2017 to 2019, but the value has a decline, 14.3% decline in 2019. China shrimp import has the fastest growth in the world. Once China was a major shrimp export nation, but in last decade, incessant disease outbreak has stifled domestic production. In recent years, China needs to import shrimp to meet consumers' demand. Official data showed multiple growth of frozen shrimp import in 2019, from less than 200,000 tons previous year to more than 700,000 tons in 2019. And the reason behind the import surge in 2019 is the government's crackdown on smuggling and lowering tariffs. These two actions drove very much previous concealed import turned to legal passage. You can see the picture on the right-hand side. It is one of the so-called border trading ports around China-Vietnam border. In the past, very much of China import shrimp was transported through this kind of trading port, but since 2019, this transport channel has been almost shut down. And that's the reason behind the import surge in 2019. But since change after COVID-19 hardest hit in the first quarter of 2020, although pandemic was gradually got control since March, and most economic activity has gradually resumed. But many people anticipated compensating spending is yet to take place in food service industry. And COVID-19 with the consumers tend to be more rational. Dining out, dining together is no more commonly seen in daily life. And at home, self-prepared meal clearly increased. Inexpensive seafood like white shrimp are the foods favored by general Chinese. But increased consumption at home is far less than be able to compensate decrease in food service sector. Because food service sector constitute more than 2/3 of all the shrimp consumption in China. And so the consumption contraction transmit from end user side all the way through entire supply chain. Everybody feel the pain. Now, let's exchange the condition of shrimp import from each of the top 3 countries under the pandemic. First is Ecuador. Ecuador is China's #1 shrimp import source. Despite pandemic impact, in the first half of 2020, we still saw China import a huge amount of Ecuador shrimp, which you can see on the right-hand side figure. But in July, virus trace was found on packaging belonging to 3 major Ecuador shrimp producers. The incident caused a sharp decline of import from Ecuador. Ecuador import has gradually recovered since August because China government released those banned 3 major Ecuador shrimp. But end users consumption won't resume prior level. And the second country is Vietnam. Because of the pandemic, in 2020 Q1, Vietnam export to China 20% less shrimp than in 2019. And in the second quarter, we saw the figure resume. It is 13.5% more than the same period in 2019. Totally, the first 6 months of 2020, Vietnam export $227 million shrimp to China. Just 2.9% less compared to 2019. Vietnam export mainly black tiger shrimp to China. Black tiger constitute 32.7% of the shrimp export to China in 2020 H1, while white shrimp is 39.1%, and marine shrimp comprise the rest. But in these 3 categories, only marine shrimp figure show a 137% growth compared to 2019, while the other 2 categories all decline. And the last one of the major top 3 is India. In 2019, we saw India become #2 shrimp import source country for China, amount to more than 150,000 tons. But tension between China and India escalated since skirmish took place at Himalaya border And in July, China customs responded with strengthened inspection on India shrimp. More shipments from India were delayed, rejected, or even demolished at customer. Like my company, we diligently, very carefully, we are only able to arrange a couple of containers from India to meet our demand from our customer in China. But however, India shrimp still firmly hold a niche in China market. That is raw material for local shrimp processing plant, such as headless shell for peel shrimp. And here I have a remark. I think each country's shrimp has its own position in China market, which is not seen elsewhere in the world. Each country's shrimp compete in China market against not other country, but its own competitors. I will explain why later. Now let's look at the domestic produced shrimp in China. Domestic produced shrimp actually has endured more drastic impact from the pandemic than imported. Let me explain the situation in a time sequential fashion. In the early pandemic stage, farmers were hesitant and ponds are drained, but the stocking is suspended, so the produce decline. The price rising in Q1 made expectant farmers prolong sale out of last crop. This and the pandemic delayed the stocking of the first crop of 2020 to early April or even in May. Overall, stocking quantity in 2020 is less than 2019. Up to now, roughly 40% of shrimp farms in Guangdong province. Guangdong province is the biggest shrimp producing province in China. 40% of shrimp farms in Guangdong are still drained and empty, while 20 to 30% in other South China province are empty too. South China is in China in shrimp production is like Andhra Pradesh in India. Farmers are too scared of losing money to dare stocking shrimp in such an uncertain situation. Besides, persistent weak price in June and July has even driven some farmers quit shrimp farming. So everybody expects the local domestic shrimp will be less in the second half of 2020. During the outbreak hype period, that is from March to May, shrimp procurement was hindered and the price dropped. In Q1, buying and transporting shrimp around countryside almost hold up, and winter crop could not be harvested. In addition, market turned sluggish because of lockdown. All made farm gate price flattened in June through April. Low price and prolonged crop cycle inflict severe loss on farmers. The loss in the H1 and the uncertain outlook were discouraging farmers. And in late outbreak high period, pandemic is got control and consumption is climbed up, there was a short price hit in April and May. White shrimp price in some regions slowly rose. Farm gate price in South China soared to 70 to 76 renminbi per kilogram. It is about 10 to 12 US dollar. Even 120 piece was above 40 renminbi per kilogram. It is equal to 6 US dollar, all significantly higher than last year. Into the third quarter of 2020, pandemic seems subsided. But it became shrimp disease plagued the industry. In addition, abnormal weather ravaged Central and South China. Most of farmers suffered it again. In May through June, white shrimp harvest faltered because of disease and the weather. Worse still, DIV1 reappeared. In some area, 60% of shrimp plant got infected. DIV1 has been around in China since 2014, but this year's outbreak, maybe because of the weather, was far more serious. Farmers' panic harvest triggered price plunge in June. Many farmers suffered huge loss in this round. So in Q1 and Q2, import quantity surged, but virus trace was detected, so price plunged. And in the first quarter, why the import quantity surged in the first quarter? It is because in the first quarter, many 2019 contract Ecuador shrimp shipment was blocked at China custom. The shrimp cleared custom in the second quarter and flooded market. And later, virus trace was detected on salmon in Beijing and Ecuador shrimp packaging in Qingdao. So the farm gate price in South China collapsed. And in July, shrimp price everywhere crawled at multi-low point. Even 30p could hardly reach 40 renminbi per kilo. And for 60p, it was 22 renminbi per kilo, which was previously the price of 100 to 120p. Into the third quarter, demand for domestic shrimp swelled, price rose. But virus trace was found on Ecuador shrimp packaging in several cities. Nationwide inspection exposed more similar cases. Import shrimp was all but removed from shelf everywhere. Demand for domestic shrimp rose. By August, domestic shrimp price surged, especially in Guangdong. Farmers were optimistic about price and put off harvest. Now, before I sum up the impact of COVID-19 on China's shrimp market, I have one reminder. Based on China's National Bureau of Statistics data, we estimate live fresh shrimp in China has a market size no less than 500,000 tons. Why? From the picture of the right-hand side, you can see it is a very typical supermarket, retailer supermarket, seafood section. The shrimp was sold in live fresh. And domestic farm shrimp, although it is losing ground to import because of decreasing supply and the rising price, but it will still at least hold on to fresh leaf market, and this market has still a huge size, and the price is very good, better than frozen and chilled. So this is a lucrative and substantial section. But I think in the future, some superior grade chilled or frozen head-on shell import shrimp may be able to venture into this sector. Now, to summarize the impact of the pandemic until now, here are my conclusions. First, pandemic wreaked havoc on the supply chain of both imported and domestic shrimp. Demand and supply are no more in equilibrium. Price fluctuates, as I have just explained, very violently. Still, great uncertainty ahead. And strict virus inspection at customs entail high risk of reject that with new trade barrier and escalated political tension, all are deterring shrimp import. In addition, seafood-related virus incidents took place one after another, severely damaged consumers' faith. Shrimp market was badly harmed. But despite the pandemic impact, I think it also has accelerated some consumer behavior change and the market transformation. Those changes are, first, dining out will reappear but shaking, and the shrimp buying will shift to web, convenience store, and grocery supermarket. Below are two types of new retailer channel. On the left side is a kind of pick and delivery. The supermarket tend to be a delivery. Consumer can pick the grocery he needs on the web, and the delivery man will deliver the grocery to the buyers, to the consumer's home. On the right side is another kind of new type of retailer channel, offline to online shop. Consumer and on the way he got back from the office to his home, he can pick up the grocery in the supermarket at his neighborhood. And this is getting more and more trendy. The third change is the health and fitness appeal will keep winning patronage, but the loyalty to brick and mortar will keep dwindling. On the regular side, food safety and traceability is getting more attention and better managed. Gray area around the supply chain is being eliminated. Rule and the law will be enforced even more effectively in the future. At the moment, demand is turning to domestic shrimp, but in the long run, value-price ratio decide to where the demand is related. Import shrimp has competitive advantage in this regard. And still, food service is seafood's main sales channel. 2001 saw a dismaying food service market. In the second half, we expect it will improve as domestic tourism is resuming. And business model is transforming. O2O, online to offline or offline to online, will be trendy. And web group buying or community groceries supermarket is emerging. And small retail pack, customized foolproof food service product are emerging category. And convenient, ready-to-serve seafood product will be more popular. And I like to explain the best-selling product types in China. This is the information of 2019. The most popular ranking type is raw head-on shell-on, and the major supply country besides China is Ecuador, Thailand, Saudi Arabia. And the second is Maradon, raw head-on shell-on. And in this list, India shrimp only prevail in raw peel. In appeal only in raw peel, but actually India is the type China import from India is raw headless shell-on, and it was China's processing plant who peeled the head of shell-on to become peel. And it is until now that India shrimp take the only one category prevail in China import market. And I think India has a very great opportunity to penetrate into other categories. Finally, I will explain how I say in the beginning the China market is destined to be the most lucrative market in the world. Here is the very unique type shrimp product in China. You only see this product in China and in Taiwan and in Hong Kong. It is shrimp paste. This type of product is very easy to differentiate the quality. If you can have good quality raw material to make this product, then the consumer will recognize the value. The buyer would be willing to pay high price. And this is a very unique attribute of China market. They appreciate the good taste. They appreciate good quality. If you can meet their demand, they are buyer willing to pay higher price. Okay, thank you. That's all I can share with you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you.
It was a wonderful presentation, quite enlightening. We got to learn so much about sheep market of China, and you have a huge product portfolio. I mean, the requirement wise, but we are only able to cater to, one product. I mean, that is headless shell-on, block frozen, But,
Yes.
there is room for India to reach out the other categories, And one good thing what I got to understand from your presentation is your domestic production is not all that good, and you are, the sentiment is low, business sentiment among the farmers. Apart from that, the Decapod iridescent virus is also playing havoc. So you will not have good quantities of shrimp, for the last quarter of the year. If you look at the shrimp consumption in China, it starts from October. The consumption is very high in October, November, December, and January, up till February, up till Chinese New Year. So we stand a good chance. I mean, as your production is not all that good, and we stand a chance, and that's kind of good news to us. And moving forward, we need to work on other products, what we require, other categories. That gives us a chance to, further penetrate into Chinese market. But in all, a wonderful presentation, Vincent. I thoroughly enjoyed. Hope
Thank you.
all the participants have enjoyed. I mean, we could hear it from the horse's mouth, Generally, we don't get first-hand information from China. I mean, what we get is second-hand information about China. So we got to learn a lot. Thanks a lot, Vincent. And,
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, now we take a 40-second break, and then we are going to have the last presentation. We are going to listen to Indian exporters' perspective. That's going to be a brief presentation, probably about 15 minutes. Then we'll go for the panel discussion. So we'll meet after 40 seconds. Welcome back. It's a short break. Now I request our General Secretary, Dr. Ramesh, to introduce our last speaker, Mr. Gunturu Pawan Kumar of Sprint Exports.
Very good evening to all the Indians, and good morning to the people from the rest of the world. It's my honor to introduce today to you Mr. Pawan Kumar Gunturu. This is the very hot topic. All of you guys in India have been expecting for this. Like, what is the Indian exporters' perspective of the international seafood market post-COVID? I think I'd like to thank Mr. Pawan Kumar for taking time. He has been here all through this session right from the beginning. And Mr. Pawan Kumar Gunturu received his BTech in Civil Engineering and MBA from London, UK. Like our past president and the moderator of today, our Mr. Ravi Kumar. So he's also a civil engineer. It's very happy to see that people from the engineering background come into the seafood industry. And he entered the seafood business in 1998. And he has been starting the Sprint Exports in 2004. And last year in 2019, they have exported over 750 containers, most of them going to the US. So it will be a great perspective to learn from what he has to say. And like another very important thing is 80% of the exports of his company has been value-added products, and he has been servicing the retail and the food service sectors. So I'm really happy to welcome Mr. Pawan Kumar to give a great presentation on the Indian perspective, and I hand over the stage to him. Welcome, Mr. Pawan Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh. Thank you, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. Good morning in some parts of the world. I know we've been sitting through this session for the past 3 hours or even more. And I just want to keep it short. It's not a long presentation. It is short because most of the points are covered by the previous speakers. Am I clear? Am I audible?
You're very much audible, sir.
Very
Okay.
much.
Okay. I will give me a second. I'll just put forward my presentation on the screen. I'm sorry, I think I've.
There should be a green button which says share screen, sir. On the bottom. Yeah, I think your screen is loading. Yes, sir, we can see your screen, sir.
I think I got the wrong screen, in fact. Can you hold on for a second? I'm sorry, everybody.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir. No issue, sir.
Rahul?
Stop sharing.
Huh?
Stop sharing. Screen share. Yes. Later open change PowerPoint. Open it. Yes, sir. ఇది మళ్ళీ ఓపెన్ చేయండి.
ఇది నొక్కాలా?
అంటే ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ క్లోజ్ చేస్తే మీకు వస్తుంది. ఇమేజ్ చేయండి. Screen share. Yes. Safety. రావట్లేదు. డాక్యుమెంట్ ఓపెన్ చేయడానికి వచ్చేసి రావాలి. మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి జాయిన్ అవ్వాలి.
Yeah, can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry for the brief interruption. Though I practiced this in the evening a couple of times, somehow, last minute it got messed up.
No problem, sir. It's a learning curve for all of us.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Basically, my presentation is going to be divided into three parts. In the first segment, I would be talking briefly about the exports of seafood from India during the year 2018-19 and 19-20. As you all know, when we talk about financial year in India, it is from 1st of April to 31st of March. So that's how I'm going to do it. So if I bring the first screen up, the total exports from India in the year 2018-19
and our main concentration will be around the shrimp segment. There is a small increase of about 5% or 6% roughly in the exports of shrimp. I think the majority of the contribution in this area is from the Vanami cultured shrimp, that is Vanami. Of course, there is a drop in exports from other segments. Overall, there is a 5% drop from India. If you see the same thing in terms of percentage, the shrimp percentage from exports of shrimp from India has increased by about 6%. That is 50% of the total this thing is from shrimp, and other fishes and other items are the rest of the space. And when you talk about the this thing in terms of value, exports in terms of value, shrimp again is dominating because of the volume. And India has had a target of about $7 billion in turnover in exports, but we could barely touch that figure. We are slightly down by about 2 or 3%. Here again, in terms of percentage, again, 73% of the value is from shrimp, and rest occupies rest of the segments. Now, when you see the country-wise bifurcation, India has been exporting majority of the product to the United States. That is in terms of shrimp. In value, this is what we have in terms of value. And China has come second. Here you can see a significant increase in exports to China in 2020. That is year ending 2020. There is an increase of about 60%. That is a substantial increase. Of course, European Union, it has gone down slightly. In the Southeast Asian markets, the exports have gone down slightly. So in terms of percentages, USA, it is almost 38% of the total value goes to US, followed by China. And as I said in the previous slide, there is an increase in exports to China by about 8% in the overall value. Now, this is a more interesting slide for me. If you see the value addition from India, there is an increase in value addition from India by roughly about 5%. This is a positive trend. This is something which is interesting for us, and we Indians are looking at increasing the value addition from India to rest of the world. See, if you look at
Mr. Pawan sir, can you please put it on the full screen mode, your presentation, please?
Yes. Is it okay now?
No, sir. You have to go to the bottom right and click the full screen in your presentation. Little more towards your right, there is a button. A little below, on your left now. Yeah, that's the one. I think. That's okay.
Can you see that in the full screen now?
No, not yet, sir.
Let him go ahead, Ramesh.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sir. No worries, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Pawan.
Okay. In the second segment, we are looking at the impact of COVID on fishery and aquaculture sector. The impact of COVID is a very, very vast topic, and we can have an endless amount of discussion because most of the sectors, even including the seafood sector, have been impacted by COVID very badly. And the recovery time, I feel, varies from sector to sector, I feel the seafood sector was the first sector which got impacted. I hope and I wish it will be the first sector to recover from this pandemic also, effect of this pandemic. When we look at the next, this thing that is the fresh and chilled and frozen segments was impacted due to the closure of food service sector. As you're all aware that fish and fishery products are highly dependent on international trade, and they have suffered quite early in the outbreak of pandemic due to closure of the food service sector and the wet markets across the world. It will be interesting to note that 45% of fish which is consumed across the world is in the live, fresh and chilled segments. Lockdowns implemented by various countries had a huge impact on logistical movements. As a result of sudden lockdown imposed in various countries, there was a severe disruption of rail, road, ship and air services, which has hugely impacted the movement of goods. And there is also a shortage of seed, feed, which has been observed, and some farm imports, which have been reported in agriculture sector. And this has caused a shortage of raw material for the exporters in the month of May, June, and July. If we see our productions in these months, there was no stocking which took place in these months and which has affected the production in India also. Of course, as a result of this pandemic, there's a big drop in demand in the domestic and international markets. Coming to the impact of COVID on Indian seafood exporters, the sudden lockdown in India has impacted the workforce in processing and pre-processing facilities and issue of migrant labor. See, in India, most of the, some of the labor which work in the factories are migrated from other states. And this lockdown has impacted the processing and pre-processing works in a big way, because only 20 to 30% of the people turned out to work, and we could not process, do the regular processing like the value addition, and this has severely impacted the production capacities in the factories. Though the government of India has stepped in and declared seafood as the essential, they put the seafood in the essential categories, but still the fear of getting infected has put the workers in at home, and they could not come back to work. Indian exporters were in a tough situation due to cancellation of contracts by some importers, mainly in the food service sector. Now, we all know the COVID has not only affected the exporters, but also the food services in the US and other countries. And the and it is a known fact, and my previous presenters also have put forward that 70% of the total product what is produced or what is imported is to the food service sector in US. And with the food service sector, which is not only restaurants, the airline industry, the cruise line industries, and the catering business, has really impacted the seafood consumption, and hence most of the importers were forced to put contracts on hold, or they had to cancel some of the orders because the restaurants were closed. This has put pressure on the Indian exporters, and we were forced to they were forced to cancel some orders in the earlier days of pandemic. With all this happening in the food service sector, there is one silver lining, which is the retail sector. There is a significant increase in the consumption from the retail sector. And as we all know, The retail sector was mainly taking value-added product. And if you see the statistics, I think most of the shrimp which went from India into the retail sector was in the cooked segment. Even today, as we look at our order books, we see more of a cooked product being absorbed into the US market than the raw, than the headless shallots and raw markets. And logistical issues, I'm sure all of us must have faced this at various stages in the last 6 months, and about logistics. And the seafood industry also, we did face a lot of issues on logistics. There are some misleading perception on virus spread through food in some countries have led to decreased consumption. Friends, as far as I know, there is not much of, I've not seen any concrete proof or information which suggests that virus is transmitted via food and food packaging. But enough precautions have been taken by the exporters at various stages in production. Of course, our production involves food safety and other precautions to be taken. And various precautions have been taken by all exporters to make sure we deliver good product as per the international requirements. The government of India has withdrawn the export incentives for Indian exporters, which has put a lot of pressure on the bottom lines of the exporters, which I'm sure we will get over it in the near future. I think the important issue probably most of them would be looking at or waiting to hear from me is the productions from India. As I said in the beginning, there are some disruptions of in the culture due to shortage in seed in the initial days. And this pandemic and with this various market conditions, most of the farmers didn't go in for stocking. Now, there will be a decrease in production out of India this year. Probably we expect a 10% or a 15% drop in the overall production. But most of the exporters now in India are, instead of looking at headless shallot blocks, they are looking at getting into more and more into value-added product, which will be a good sign for Indian exporters. And I hope it will be a good thing for the farmer as well. I think this is brief, this thing which I wanted to say. In case there is any questions, of course, we will be there during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pawan Kumar, for your short and sweet presentation. We could kind of get an idea about the perspective of exporters. And we'll take a break for 3 minutes, quick break for 3 minutes, and reassemble for panel discussion. I look forward to seeing you all for the panel discussion. Welcome back, everybody. Now I invite two more panelists for this panel discussion. Our founder president, Mr. Santana Krishnan, who is the old hand at Shrimp Exports. He is quite knowledgeable about the export markets and supply situation in various parts of the world, and how the markets are dipping and how the markets are going. I mean, he knows it all. And we have other panelists from MPDA, the Joint Director, Mr. Anil Kumar. He is also going to join the panel. Can we get started with the panel?
Sure, we should.
Yeah, but people are not there. I mean, Senthil, can you bring in all the speakers, please? Senthil?
Yeah, everybody's online.
Everybody's online. I'm not able to see them. Welcome back for the panel discussion. We had a wonderful session. Everybody seemed to be enjoying. I'm getting messages from different participants. And we wouldn't have asked for a better panel than this. We have, the 14th most powerful man in the seafood industry. I mean, who has given the keynote address, Dr. George Chamberlain. I mean, probably he is one guy who understands the supply side and demand side of the shrimp better than anybody in the world. I don't get to see anybody who understands both sides of the market that well, And we have two analysts, one analyst from Europe and the other analyst from US. And we have a CEO of a seafood company from China. Though he's a Taiwanese guy, he's working as a CEO of Global Seafoods in China. And we have our founder president, and we have one from government, the joint director and PDA. Can we get started? I mean, see, if you look at India, India has a great potential to grow further. I mean, we have untapped potential farming areas, and we have installed capacities. If you look at the hatcheries, they can produce close to about 150 million. Right now, we're producing about 70 million or so. Our feed mills have installed capacity to produce about 2.5 million tons. Right now, the market size is about 1 to 1.2 million tons. And our exporters have state-of-the-art facilities, and they can handle a volume of even 1.5 million tons a year. So if you want to really up our ante, we need to really penetrate into all the markets. So what India as an industry has to do to penetrate more in each of the markets, probably I'll start with Dr. George Chamberlain. He can give a comprehensive viewpoint what India can do to up its ante. And then we'll go to the other speakers. They can tell us what India can do as an industry to increase penetration in the respective market. And we'll end up with our founder president and Anil. Over to you, George.
Thank you, Ravi. And it's a pleasure being part of this this panel. I enjoy looking at all the wonderful speakers, and I've learned a lot listening to this. Thank you for having me this morning. Of all the points that were made, one of the ones that resonated with me the most was Willem's point about the issue of antibiotic residues. And I think, this is an uncomfortable one to discuss, but I think it's important to take it head on and to think about, how to address this, because right now it may be mainly a problem in the EU, but it can also surface in the US, and it can affect the value of the brand. So, a couple of quick points. I think that, there's no single silver bullet when it comes to this stuff. As some of you know, I've been involved in the breeding side, and I happen to think that, but I'm no longer, so whatever I say has no vested interests. But I do believe that using specific pathogen tolerant shrimp that are also SPF and that also have a strong growth potential can help relieve the bacterial infections and also the EHP infection. So, and the breeders have these stocks. I know, speaking from the Kona Bay side, that Kona Bay spent 4 years, the last 4 years, developing an SPF SPT stock. I think that would be a start, but then carrying this through into the hatchery. Robbie will know very well, making sure the biosecurity is under tight control, testing, if not every batch, testing frequently to make sure that there are no notifiable pathogens. And then I think when we get to the farm is kind of a big challenge, because India has so many small farms. And I think this is where MPETA needs to weigh in. And and I know the government, MPETA, is working on a certification program, already has one for hatcheries, has something for farms. Here's just an idea. Why not try to link MPETA and outside third-party certification bodies like BAP, possibly ASC might be interested, Global Gap, maybe some of the rating systems. I know Seafood Watch is interested. Why not try to work together to let MPETA work with the very small producers and do an initial round to make sure that they're in compliance? And then a subsampling system could be used where a third party could come in and do a verification audit. And then you could have a very inexpensive way to get small farms into the international supply system. But I think it goes beyond certification. I think we need education, we need training, we need diagnostic testing, and so somehow working with MPETA and developing zoning. You know, if you look at what's happening in the salmon world, for example, in Chile, where, you know, control of the ISA and the rickettsial diseases and the heavy use of antibiotics, it's all revolved around zone management. So we get the society farms joining together into neighborhoods into bigger zones. And then you can begin to manage, you can begin to educate, you can begin to do diagnostic testing, even residue testing. So I think tackling the antibiotic issue is something we should work on. It's not easy, it's a complex problem, and you have to take it for the whole value chain. As I said, beginning with breeding, and then when you get into the farming area, then I don't see any alternative than to try to work with government. And I believe MPETA might be the logical entity. And then I would say on the marketing side, to me, there's no alternative aside from a mandatory marketing system. There's been some discussion about, well, what about an India brand versus an Ecuador brand? They're different. Well, the same is true in avocados. You know, avocados come from different sources. You have Mexican avocados, you have Peruvian avocados, many different sources, but they still have a generic marketing program. And the way that fund works, the fund has portions of it that are designated for each of the major exporting countries. So a portion of that fund can specifically promote Mexican avocados or Peruvian or, you know, Indian shrimp versus Ecuadorian shrimp. There's room for branding within a generic marketing program. I don't think one is exclusive of another. And there's also room for individual company branding. I'm going to pause there, Robbie, because I know you have a lot of questions and a lot of other viewpoints.
Thank you very much, George, for your viewpoints. And over to Angel. I mean, how can we increase the penetration in the US market? You know, can you share some thoughts on that?
Sure. Well, I'm not a marketing expert, but this is coming from I guess from talking to a lot of people, since a lot of my job for many years was basically gossiping about fish or meat or eggs or whatever that was at the time. But a few months ago, somebody asked me, it's like, should we promote? Should we say? Should we like market it by country, just like George said right now? And George made the example of avocados from Mexico, and I'm from Mexico, and I know those guys, and I work with, for example, the Mexican beef exporters, and they all got together, but they're 12 companies, right? So there are 12 companies that get together, so it's easier. It's not as fragmented. So that's an advantage that they had. So the same goes for like Uruguayan beef producers. The Ecuadorians made a pretty good move there. My issue with some of that is that sometimes you can open a can of worms because you say, this is shrimp from India, consume shrimp from India, for instance. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. But somebody is like, well, you know what? You know that, the shrimp from India has, it's treated product. It's not chem free. And then that spills out over the media, and then everybody loses, right? There's not only the shrimp from India, but it's like shrimp in general. And then it spills into like seafood. And then, so I don't know what the right way is to do this. But I didn't know about, and probably because I left the sector for like a year, but I didn't know about this, the expert marketing person from the avocado side. And I would go that way. I would totally go that route. A consultant that knows this how to market product. But as long as they understand the sector. The problem with the sector of shrimp is that it's very, very segmented. And segmented, what I mean by that is that, you can name 50 good large importers in the US versus, and how many farms in India, and how many, big processors. So getting together is going to be complicated, but it's not impossible. So, well, that's my, there's no answer for me, but it's just, I'm just pointing out what the can of worms of like the potential difficulties would be, but going with an expert on that would be probably the right way to do.
Very good. Now we'll move to Willem. Already has explained at length in his presentation. Can you be brief? Can you give a brief description, Willem? What we can do to increase or further penetration in European market? Willem, are you there? Otherwise, I'll move to Vincent Lin.
No, here I am.
Oh, very good.
I had to unmute, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that if you speak about market penetration in Europe, it's mainly about the retail segment, no? Because India is already the biggest supplier of raw peeled shrimp to Europe. That is primarily going into wholesale at the moment. And of course, the big market that's there for India to take a share of is retail. So of course, the first thing is these legal requirements, but then you are not there, because if you ask a retail purchase manager at the moment in Belgium or the Netherlands or Germany, they will, if you ask them like, where do you think that you can buy the best shrimp? They will probably all say Vietnam. That's where they are buying at the moment, and that's a matter of perception. No, it's a matter of perception that's being influenced by these EU measures that are in place, but also by a perception of the actual quality of the product. And I think that is something where India really has something to gain that can help to actually expand that market in Europe. And so if I'm speaking about marketing, I'm not entirely thinking along the same line as George or Angel. That's I think primarily consumer marketing, but I think in Europe a major challenge is to convince the purchase managers that India is actually a source for really good shrimp, that not only on the price, because that India is cheap, that's what most people know for peeled raw shrimp, but that is actually a product with quality, with traceability, with responsibility of practices in which the factories are socially compliant with the standards, and that is where I think that a joint marketing initiative of the Indian industry. That's not in the hands of MPDA or of the Exporters Association, but that's in the hands of many of the stakeholders in India, where you can really make easy steps, to make quick steps to actually better position yourself in that retail market in Northwestern Europe. And of course, maybe it's abundant to say, but the retail market in Northwestern Europe, if you don't have ASC certification and ASC chain of custody, you don't have to start thinking about it, because it's a must-have. It's not a nice-to-have, it's a must-have.
Very good insights, Willem. Now we would move to Vincent Lin, and how we can increase the penetration in Chinese market, Vincent.
Okay. I think I would like to remind 2 points. One is currently in Chinese people's view, India shrimp is indeed the position in the lowest, in terms of quality, in the lowest position. Why? Because in the past, quite many Chinese importers have bad experience with India shrimp. The problem is that most of the time, the Chinese importer that are not satisfied with the product they receive when they open the container. They maybe have good impression when they visit the factory in India, but time after time, in many occasions, when the shipment arrived in China, when they open the container, the quality is not consistent with what they have seen when they visit the factory in India. That's the first point. I think India shrimp exporter must find a way to make your quality be consistent. And the second point is, for Chinese people, they recognize and appreciate quality. And the most important quality criteria for general Chinese people is the color. If for raw shrimp, they prefer the deep color. A color looks like a little bit of blue and gray. And when cooked, the redder is the better. So when I say consistent product, consistent quality, if you notice this color issue to Chinese consumers is so important, then maybe you can start with, for every container export to China, you would rather let the color of all the shrimp in the same container be consistent with each other than to put in some shrimp with very good color, but combined, mixed with some other shrimp with lighter color. What I say is conformity of color. So that's the 2 points I think I can remind India shrimp exporter.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Now we'll move on to our founder president, Mr. Santana Krishnan. Chief, are you ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm here, just waiting.
Yeah, Chief, go ahead.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Nice to be a part of this panel, and thanks for inviting me to be one of the panel member. I have a few questions and some suggestions also. First thing is to take a lead from Dr. George's presentation on the avocado, the model. The government of India, the Ministry of Agriculture, is planning to have number of farmer producer organizations, we call FPOs. So this is being taken up under the new scheme, which is launched by the government of India. And they're also planning to pay some sort of incentive or subsidy to a tune of almost $150,000 per FPO, farmer producer organization. So this is they are trying to bring in the agriculture model into aquaculture also. So this includes shrimp as well as fish. So I hope this, once these FPOs are being actually comes into place, this could pave way as one of the first stepping stone to the farmer producer organizations to take it forward to the international markets and then present themselves. I think there is something we could see the light at the end of the tunnel. There's something is happening now on these FPOs. The second thing is taking into William's wonderful presentation. What I see is the biggest hurdle what we have is the antibiotic testing in Europe. But what we need to understand is we should not accept the black paint being painted on India that Indian shrimps are antibiotics tainted. I think everybody in the market should know why India has been put under the alert list of 50% compulsory inspections. It's not because of number of antibiotics that have been tested in the shrimps. If you take the import alerts, every country has got many countries imports they have. But I think the main reason was the European Union was not convinced with the existing controls or surveillance in India. That's very, very important. So it's not on the producer. It's also, we need to establish a system that India has enough surveillance systems and controls in place to control the antibiotics. This is the message which we should take it forward as a farmer, as well as a processor to the government, to make some sort of a given assurance to the EU authorities that there is enough control and surveillance that is available. William, you can correct me if there is anything to be added on that.
I fully agree. Fully agree.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Third is what I see is the average size of the shrimp that is being harvested and exported. This is a big concern. Traditionally, India has been a producer of big size shrimps. In fact, farmers from Gujarat, like Dr. Manoj and Mr. Saji, who are here as part of us, they would agree that farming shrimps in Gujarat is very expensive. That's on the northwestern coast of India. So the break-even cost is very high. You need to produce the shrimps minimum to 22 gram size. But you see the decline in the food service sector, and which demands mostly the bigger size shrimps, and more of retail sector, which requires a smaller size shrimps. The average harvest size of shrimps in India this year, I feel the second half, has come to almost 12 to 15 gram size. So that is being preferred by the exporters also, because that's what the market needs. So how are we going to address this issue in the future in terms of what should be the average size of the shrimps if you're going for any emergency harvest? So these are the 3 points which I would like to put forward to the panel for any such discussion.
Thank you very much, Chief. Now we'll move on to Joint Director and PW, Mr. Anil Kumar.
Yeah, good evening and good morning. It's very nice to see you, at least see you all virtually at least, because we are not able to travel and meet together. So thanks to SAP for giving me this opportunity. Now, coming back to, most of the speakers, eminent speakers before me have answered the question of market penetration. So I don't have much to say, but still I would like to emphasize on our export performance during the last 3-4 months, that is April to June. When we look at the figures, we see that there is a decline of about 15% in terms of value for shrimp. I'm talking exclusively about shrimp exports. So there is a decline of 15% shrimp exports, which I can say is more almost from the raw material is almost from culture only, because there was no capture fishery during this time, because very little boats were going to sea for fishing. So that is one thing. And when coming to market penetration, I would say that, let me start with the product side. When I looked at the import trends in US, I can see that there is a, when I compare from April, June 2019 and April, June period of 2020, the segments of conventional products, they're showing a decrease. But two items are showing increase. One is cooked item, which is showing an increase of 14% during this three months period when compared to the previous year. And the other item is breaded shrimp, 10% increase. So 10% for breaded, 14% for cooked shrimp. So I think one of the things which we need to do for short term is to focus on these products, which I think generally in all other markets also will be showing the same trend. And that is one. And the second aspect I would like to highlight is during Mr. Pawan's presentation, he was talking about China. And Mr. Vincent Lee, of course, gave a very insightful presentation. China has become the second largest market. We reached almost $1.3 billion exports during last financial year, out of which $813 million were only for shrimp exports to China. Now, we are, from MPEDA side, we were meeting with the importers as well as government people, of course, virtually. So last week we had a meeting with one of the importers. So the same suggestion as Mr. Vincent gave, there is going to be a good demand, steady demand for head-on, good quality raw material, head-on cooking quality shrimp. I think this is something we should focus on. Of course, the sizes are going to be smaller for China. So this is something we need to focus. And regarding again, especially with reference to China, I would say that we need to, especially with our exporters, I would suggest that we need to focus on the COVID aspects, because I understand in our meetings with government representatives of China, as well as the trade representatives of China, there is a great concern for contamination of COVID in the imported consignments. Let us keep the fact that whether COVID detected in the outer packaging of an imported master carton, will it, have a food safety, or will it have a health safety issue or not? The science behind is separate. I'm talking about the market perception. One of the importers was saying that when salmon from Norway was, the news of salmon from Norway was, with COVID in the packaging came to the media, immediately he was saying that the market demand came down by 85%. It went down by 85%. So we need, from Indian side, I would urge all the exporters to take maximum care to have any detection of the containers for COVID in China. Now, what have we done for it? From MPEDA side, we have come out with a guideline for COVID, preventing COVID in the seafood consignments, based on the international guidelines of WHO, FAO, and all that. So we have, circulated it among the exporters, as well as we have started a kind of online training program. We did the training program last week, and we have also apprised the Chinese authorities that we are taking enough precautions. So that will also help us to increase our presence, market presence in these markets. And finally, of course, everybody is talking about the antibiotic issue, and especially with reference to Mr. George Chamberlain's suggestions. It's a welcome suggestion. And I think this antibiotic and I would call it antibiotic and biosecurity issue, A and B issues. We have to see both together. Antibiotic is one issue, and equally important is a biosecurity issue. Why? Because more than 6-7 countries require shrimp consignments free of OIE listed pathogens, mainly WSSV pre-pathogens. For example, China itself has detected WSSV in some consignments. Almost 12 companies have been delisted from exporting to China. So we need to see both antibiotic as well as biosecurity issues together rather than separately. You shouldn't see antibiotic issue alone. That is what my suggestion is. And I think, I've taken a lot of time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar. Thanks for your viewpoints. I'll ask Mr. Pawan Kumar to, give a brief view about this. Is Mr. Pawan Kumar there? Okay, otherwise we'll go to the next question, what our chief has raised, our founder president has raised. I mean, a lot of people have asked in the question answer box as well. I mean, what is the size that is preferred in the market today? Because that is going to help our farmers for taking a harvesting decision. Apart from that, it would help them to plan a certain stocking density. What is the kind of density they have to plan for? I mean, if they know the preferred size that can be sold in the market, I mean, they can plan their stocking densities. So I think this is going to be a very important question because a lot of participants are looking for the answer for this question. So we'll start with Angel and then go to Willem, then we'll come to Vincent, Angel.
Sure. And the US is, as always, like in Texas, the bigger the better. That's the preference, right? They like the 1620s and the 21s and the 26s. But they were mentioning before, I think it has to be a market-driven approach. I mean, and you get that through the price signals. The price should be letting you know what the market wants and so on and so forth. But I mean, the preference in the US is always for the larger sizes, but depends for in what use and whatnot. But if you're going to retail and you're going to get whether it's a ring or you're going to get a 1 pound bag or a 1 pound bag, people aim for the 21s, the 26s, 16s. I mean, they might be a little large, but whenever I talk about this, I never give like a clear-cut answer because I don't think there is one, because at the end of the day, it will come to price. If somebody's going to eat shrimp and it's going to give themselves that luxury per se, and it's promoted, and if it's a 41.50 and it's at the right price, they will eat that. And if if a restaurant, the price point is too high for a 26 to put 3-4 shrimp in a plate, but they say, you know what, if it's 20 cents or 40 cents lower to buy a 41 and I can add more, so be it. It depends on those values. But for the most part, I would say the 21s and 26s, it's basically that benchmark, and then aside. But 41s is also like a good benchmark for shell-ons. So I hope I answered the question as clear-cut as I could, but that's as close as I can get.
Thank you. I mean, if George is there around, he can answer this question as well, but he's leaving. I think I just saw the message, and we'll go to Willem. Thank you, Angel. It's a good answer. I mean, bigger sizes can still be sold in US. That's your message. Yeah, George, go ahead.
I wonder if I could just make one comment, because I think I might have left the impression that India is unique in having very bad antibiotic problems. And I don't want to leave that impression at all. In fact, in our testing in the BAP program, we test actual antibiotic residues from the processing plant of every certified facility every year. and we have gotten quite an archive of data. And we actually show India is less than other Asian countries. But the good news is that the rates have been coming down from something like 6.4% in 2017 to 5.4% in 18 to 1.4% incidence in 2019. So the rates have been declining. So that's great news, but it still is there, and we still need to do more. So I don't want to give India a black eye about this. I just want to show it's another area for improvement. And thank you for having me. I just need to sign off now to join another event. Thank you so much.
It's a great honor to have you here, George. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Everyone. Bye-bye.
And now we go to Willem for knowing the preferred sizes in European market.
Yeah, so I think in general, in Northwestern Europe, in wholesale, whether it's headless shalom, easy peel, or whether it's PD or PUD, it's actually always 21 to 26 per kilogram. And that's done with a 20% glaze, of course. And it depends on the wholesaler, whether it's a real count or a frozen count. But I guess the majority is still on the frozen count. If you look in retail, which of course now sales are increasing, it's a different ball game. So I think that the frozen products in retail are slightly smaller than in wholesale. So it will be closer to the 26-30 than to the 21-26. But if you look in the fresh counter, so the refreshed counter is actually much smaller sizes. So it's 41.50. And smaller than that, and that's for the especially the PD, of course. So it's you have a job to do, Ravi, to calculate from all those product counts to the live weight equivalent count, of course, which is not so easy, because the more you treat for the wholesale segment, the smaller the count of shrimp. No, so I think it's you need to add a couple of counts to the actual calculation. Yeah, but in general, there's a trend due to the shift to retail. I would say for the next year or for the next 6 months. So let's say for the first crop of 2021, I expect a higher demand for smaller sizes, and small is then 41.50, 50.60, etc.
Yeah, that is our 70 counts, and then 56, 57 counts head on. So the mid sizes are going to be in demand, is what you're saying. Mid sizes and smaller sizes. Whereas it comes to US, it's still the bigger sizes. But even US market, if you look at Angel, as it is, shifting from food service to retail, probably the preference of size could be small.
And I was trying to that's one of the charts that I was showing. What you do is you or what I do at least is look at that's why I use price ratios between the sizes to see what the market is actually demanding, right? Relative to each other, right? Because you never see like when a price is too high or too low. It's always relative to something else. And that's why I did the 1620s relative to like the 71s, or the 21s versus the 41s to look at that. And then you see that you're pushing for larger sizes way too much, and you're overcrowding that market for a while. And then you see that through prices, and it's like, okay, well, let's shift a little to the medium or smaller sizes, because that's what the market is demanding. I mean, forget about what they're telling you. This is just a price signal telling you that even if it's more cost effective, that's not what the market wants, right? And it also, the presentation, like William said, whether it's like, if it's a cooked thing, if it's an easy peel, or it's a PUD. And so it all depends on the product forms. And if you see it in a berry, that's why we quote every single size and every single presentation, even if it's a tail off, right? So you look at those signals relative to each other, and then you're like, well, this is what the market wants. I know the turnaround is not immediate, but if you saw during COVID-19, like at the very beginning, India turned around the cooked product immediately. Like by July, we had all that product right here. So that was not planned. So that's a very quick turnaround, and that's good. So you can see the market signals right away. So that's why I didn't want to say like, oh, we prefer larger size, so you should focus on larger sizes. Like, no, we this preference for the larger sizes, but you should follow the market directions at any given point in time, right? So
thank you very much for your insights. Now, we'll try to listen from Mr. Vincent Lin what China's preference is, what Chinese market's preference is as far as sizes are concerned. Vincent?
Generally, yes. Generally, people will think Chinese, like the other people in the world, prefer large size. That's right. But actually, 31 to 40 and 41 to 50 are always the largest quantity item in China. But beside this information, I would like to suggest India shrimp plan. You can focus on a very special, unique need in China market. That is small size P&D, like 100 or 81 to 100, even 150 P&D has huge demand in China because China use small size P&D to make shrimp dumpling, 虾饺, big dumpling or small dumpling, 虾饺, 虾仁烧麦. And because cost consideration, one small shrimp dumpling can use only one shrimp. So if the shrimp is too big, the shrimp dumpling will become too expensive. So for this type of product, they prefer small size P&D shrimp. And I know India sometimes has rush harvest and produce too much small size shrimp. Maybe you can consider use this small size shrimp to process to be small size P&D. And there are huge demand in China.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And, you know, we really appreciate your patience. I mean, we kept you awake. We know it is about 11 o'clock in the night, and you've been patient and still giving very smart answers, you know. We really appreciate. And even your
welcome.
Even your colleagues in Hong Kong are still there, I think, watching our panel discussion. I really appreciate all of them for being part of it, you know, though it is late in the night. And what we got to understand is, the market for every size. Smaller sizes can be sold to China, and mid sizes can be sold to Europe and US. And the cowboys of US, they still require the bigger sizes, you know. So, I mean, there is room for every size, you know. You need to see, I mean, which market requires which size, you know. I mean, our exporters are quite good at that. That's one of the reasons why we're able to, increase the size of our industry. This year is a different scenario. I mean, COVID has thrown a spanner into our works. Otherwise, we've been doing pretty good. So there is another question from the audience. What they're asking is, if a percentage of the farmers switch over to monodon, the tiger, is there room in the market, international market, say about 20-30% of the farmers in India to switch over to monodon? Is there a room in the market? I mean, do we have that size niche monodon? That's the question some of the participants are asking. I mean, again, we will start with Angel, then we'll go to Willem, and then we'll go to our founder president as well. At the end, we will ask Vincent. I mean, Vincent also could give us good insights into that and help.
Okay. Well, those are big shrimp, right? Those are larger for the most part. You're talking, 15 U15s and larger, all the way to like 6s and 8s and all that. Here in the US, there is not that much of a market for that, especially now, because that would go to like very expensive restaurants, to like your tablecloth and your hotels and a lot of like business travel. They depend a lot on business travel. Is there a market? Of course, there's a market, but it's a niche market, if you will. So, and that's like that's there. That's like settled basically. So I don't think there's that much more growth in the US for that, especially now, for most of those sizes specifically. So no.
Thanks, Angel. And we'll go to Willem, because Europe is one market that buys substantial quantities of pre-monitored black tiger. So Willem, you can give your thoughts.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity in the European market, especially in Northwestern Europe. So not that much. It goes as far south as France. France, of course, also has a big market of monodon, but that is mainly supplied from Madagascar. And then you have everything north of France. So that's the UK, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany. That absorbs, I think, about 70% of the shrimp from Bangladesh, which is almost entirely monodon. Monodon production in Bangladesh is really declining. It's really struggling there because of several reasons, which means that in Europe, what you have seen happening is that for a long time, like wholesalers, because it's mainly a wholesale product, they had both species. They had Vaname and monodon. But of course, with the price discrepancy getting bigger, many of the wholesalers for the sizes that are there in both species have shifted to Vaname. But still, it's such a dynamic market that as soon as the size, the prices for the, let's say, the 21, 26 counts for wholesalers, especially the Asian wholesalers in Europe, they will switch back to monodon. So I think the main thing that you have to keep in mind that there is no premium price for monodon of the same size as Vaname. No, so if you can produce monodon, let's say the bigger medium sizes, so 21, 26, 26, 30, if you can produce that at a similar price as Vaname, then there's definitely a big market for you. But if you are on a premium price there, it will be very difficult. So then it's especially the bigger sizes that are not there in Vaname, so it's 21 and bigger, basically, that there's still that market that you can take where you can compete with Bangladesh and with Vietnam for the European market. And that will be, I think you can get easy some market share there. But on the sizes that overlap, you need to be price competitive, because otherwise the buyers will simply buy Vaname.
Very good insight again. So what I got to understand is we really need to take it to 30 counts and beyond. But with the kind of farming conditions what we have, with a lot of diseases around, can we take the crop that long? I mean, be it Vaname or for that matter monodon, because it is the diseases are not kind of refractory in monodon. I mean, all the diseases that are affecting Vaname are affecting tiger as well. So can we take the crops that long to grow very big sizes of 20 count and all that to get a penetration?
But you know that in Ravi, you know that in Bangladesh you have the extensive farms.
Yes,
I know. But they mainly harvest the small sizes, so they mainly harvest up to 21 count. Everything bigger than 21 count is harvested by the semi-intensive farms. And the semi-intensive farms in Bangladesh, they stock with 20 to 30 per square meter. And they do decent volumes nowadays. No, so it should be possible for the semi-intensive farms with relatively low densities to produce the bigger sizes, as they are doing in Bangladesh. And you are now going to use Moana Woodstock. No, so I guess that there should be opportunities actually to achieve good results there.
Thank you. We have Moana and we have Aqualma as well of Madagascar. And I would like to hear it from our founder president. I mean, his viewpoints.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ravi. I feel that volume is also very important. What sort of a volume we can produce. The second thing, major difference, what we should understand in the market is, for Vanami, there's a market from 10 grams to 40 gram size. That is the farmer who harvests the shrimp because of any uncertainty, diseases and all that. There's still a market they could buy to sell. But if you get into black tiger shrimp, you need to produce them to 25 gram size minimum. If you're going to have 10 gram, 15 gram black tiger shrimps, nobody's going to buy. So that is a big risk for the farmer to switch over into black tiger shrimp. That's one. And black tiger definitely enjoys some sort of a premium in certain markets. Mr. Vincent can say about their experience in the premium black tiger markets that could be there. So this is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yeah, Anil Bhai, go ahead.
I have a question. You know, when we are talking about monodon, we are neglecting one significant market. That's Japan. How does our product, especially monodon, would would be seen in the Japanese market? Since we have Mr. Anil Kumar from MPDA, I would like to ask him, his comments on the Japanese market in general, but also, especially about monodon.
Thank you, President.
Victorji, did you read my mind? I was about to talk about Japan market and raise my hand, and you asked this question. In fact, I just wanted to remind you all that we used to sell a lot of monodon from Bhimavaram side to Japan. And I would like to update you on the latest development. There used to be 100% testing for Indian shrimp, black tiger shrimp to Japan. A couple of months back, they have reduced it to 30%. And as per the law, another 1 or 2 years, they will reduce it to 0%. The reason why they have reduced the inspection rate is previous 2 years, there was no antibiotic positive for export to Japan for black tiger shrimp. I'm talking about black tiger shrimp. So there is, in my opinion, when I look at the unit value from Japan, the unit value is also good, and near about 30 count itself should fetch a good price for the exporter and the farmer. So there is an opportunity with Japanese market, and we should definitely try to explore that possibility. Especially the other aspect is SPF broodstock is going to come to India. So putting these two things together, definitely we should give it a try. That's I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll ask Vincent his views on monodon.
Yes. Please keep in mind, in China, Taiwan, Japan, and Korea, Hong Kong, monodon always has more premium positioning than variant. In China, with size beyond 30 counts, the price usually is about 20% higher than variant. And the demand is always there because before China cannot export that much shrimp originally, before, as I know, before 2005 or 2000, they farm monodon. Many farm monodon. So they have good image. They still keep the image of good quality of monodon. So maybe you can try develop monodon to China market. You can enjoy premium price in China. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And one of the last questions, what I would like to ask the panel is, if you look at the market is shifting from food service to retail during the pandemic. And now the households in most of the markets are getting used to shrimp consumption. And would this trend carry forward after the pandemic and increase the size of the market? Because the food service demand is going to come back differently once the pandemic is done with. Then also, the household consumption is going to be there now that they're getting used to it. Actually, Angel touched a little bit on it. So is pandemic going to contribute to increasing the size of the market in the long term? That's my question. Again, I would like to start with Angel.
I hope, to answer the question, I really hope. And usually there's some stickiness once you get some kind of like shocks like this with a big shock of demand, and there's usually some stickiness to it. But over time things will try to follow the same trend. I do hope that some of this sticks, but then again, I think that has to be addressed by like consumer survey companies like Nielsen and other experts on that aspect that talk to people. But there's two things. I mean, even if you ask the people, there's they're surveying people, and there's the answer to the survey, and there's the what people actually do. But what the numbers suggest is that right now it's very strong, and I'm sure some of this will in the long run. But I don't know. I hope. I really.
Thank you. We all hope, Angel, for increasing the size of the market. That's what we're all looking at, because the market is stagnant. I mean,
bring some balance and take away some of those that reliability in food service so much.
Yes. So we'll ask Willem for his views. Willem.
Oh, yes, thank you, Ravi. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think that shrimp consumption, or let's say Vaname consumption in Europe, has seen an upward trend overall over the last couple of years, probably supported by the slightly lower price level. And I think that, yes, COVID may have a slight positive impact on that trend. But I do expect a small dip in retail sales next year when the situation is hopefully back to normal. But overall, I think with a slightly, if the prices do not get back to, let's say, pre-2018 levels, I guess that Vaname consumption overall will see good potential in the European market in the coming years.
Thank you, Willem. We would like to hear it from Vincent.
Okay, I'm afraid in China, things are not so optimistic, because I am afraid even after COVID-19, although people will stick to the increasing seafood consuming at home, but they will not resume the level they consume seafood in the restaurant. And the people in China, when people have meal in restaurant, they eat a lot of seafood, usually, especially in coastal area. At least half of the dish in a banquet, in a dining out occasion, half of the dish are seafood. But in the home, at home, people doesn't eat so much seafood. Maybe they will at home. Maybe they will only, like, if they have 4 dishes, maybe they will 1 dish is seafood. So I think in China, the situation is not so optimistic, even after COVID-19.
Very good. Good to know. We were not aware of all these things, you know. Chief, Mr. Santana Krishnan, would you like to ask any questions to the panelists, Chief?
No, already they have explained about the markets. Rubio, Willem, and Vincent. It's very categorical. Each market has got a different what's going to happen post-COVID. Let's take those messages. Let's see how do we stay on with these. Thank you very much. That's it.
I think it's come to an end. I'm afraid it has come to an end, and I thank all the speakers for wonderful presentations and giving very good insights during the panel discussion. I mean, Vincent Lin was rocking in the panel discussion. I mean, a lot of things we were not knowing about China. I mean, he has explained us. I mean, he has enlightened us about Chinese market. And tomorrow we're having another interesting session. I mean, on the supply side, actually, as I told at the beginning, there are not many webinars and seminars on the supply side, when they talk about the market. And tomorrow we're going to have one from Vietnam, the CEO of Global Street Food, Samson Lee. He's going to talk about Vietnamese supply scenario. I mean, he is head of a feed company. The feed companies are in the thick of action, So we'll come to know what's happening in Vietnam. Likewise, we have a veteran from Ecuador talking about Ecuadorian supply scenario. I mean, he has been following the statistics for so many years, and he happens to work for some of the companies that sources shrimps from Ecuador. He's going to talk about Ecuador, and we have the general manager of Avanti, the leading shrimp feed company in India. He's going to talk about the scenario in India. As they're coming from the feed companies, they can give you a very good account of the respective country because they're in thick of action, And we have from Indonesia, Mr. Haris Mutadi. I mean, he's from CJ Feeds. He's going to talk about Indonesia. So all the leading shrimp farming countries are represented, and we have the best of the people coming from those countries and going to talk about the supply scenario. That is very, very important. Today, we've got to understand what is the fall in the demand. Tomorrow, we're going to understand how much supply is going to go down, whether it is commensurate with the drop in demand or not. Then only we'll come to understand the price trends actually, And more than anything else, tomorrow, our founder president, Mr. Santana Krishnan, is going to moderate, and he is going to make it much more interesting,
Thank you.
So thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you, all of you. I mean, all the speakers today also could join tomorrow because it's going to be very, very interesting,
Ravi has scared our founder president already.
Really? No.
Thank you.
It's going
Thank
to
you
be.
very much. Yeah, good night.
It's going to be very, very interesting. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Thanks everybody. Thanks for your patience. I mean, we kept you, waiting for a long time. Thanks a lot. Vincent, thank you. Bye bye. 再见，再见。
再见，谢谢，谢谢。
谢谢你呀。
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ravi. Well done. All the SAP office viewers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Well
Bye,
done.
everyone.
Nice.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye. Thank you all.
Thanks, Ravi.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, President.